Alright, let's hit record. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start progressing through all this crap. Let's see. Alright, so I have to leave 4 of these out. Helped. Okay, so let's see. Which 4 am I leaving out? That is the ultimate question. Probably going to leave Swin and Nadia out of like the final consideration, just because screw it. So that's 1, and depending on what we get out of it, actually that's what most of this is going to boil down to. So it's probably going to end up being unfortunately, resets is probably going to be left out of the final consideration. Katra, the Swin and Nadia one, and then like one other one. So, I guess let's go ahead and start with resets. We'll get the ones that I'm probably going to leave behind because the parameter ups are not going to be that necessary. So, and we'll probably leave out Kincaid's as well, and then that'll be the 4: Katra, Reset, Swin and Nadia, and then Kincaid. Unfortunately, we'll see how this goes. All right, let's do this. Hello, Mr. Arkwright. I trust your rounds are going well. Have you been wandering around the festival by yourself this whole time? You need to get busy and live a little. Oh, I have been busy, actually. I'm kind of surprised to see you two just wandering around together, though. Well, I made a promise with Resets, you know. I never go back on a promise. We haven't spent any time together in, like, forever. So we're totally gonna make the best of today. I suppose it has been a while since we've seen one another. Well, I'm glad to see you two having fun. I don't want to interrupt your little get-together, though. So I'm just gonna see myself out. Aw, don't be like that. You might as well join us since you're here and all. Besides, there's no way we don't know all the best stands, and we'll have to have way more fun with you along. I agree. It would be wonderful if you could show us the highlights of your student experience as well. I guess I don't mind butting in for a while. Oh, hi, Reverend Otaku. That's more like it. Okay, what are we waiting for then? Let's get this show on the road. It's always a pleasure, Fan. I think that's like the first time she's referred to him as Fan instead of Mr. Arkwright. Is that the first time? Oof. Anyways. They go around the stalls. Though Rosette seemed pleased to simply gaze at the items on sale, Mirabelle was much more inclined to reach for her mirror. Although their adventure was brief, the two seemed to thoroughly enjoy themselves. That was so much fun. School festivals in Edith really take it to a whole other level, huh? I appreciate you taking the time to enjoy the festival with us, Mr. Arkwright. I'm just glad I could be of service. You seemed a lot more interested in the school itself, though. Well, yes, I suppose I was. I may have gone to Sunday school as a little girl, but I've never had much chance to experience school life beyond that. What's that? Did she never go to high school? Yeah. That's pretty much the case. Guess I never did get around to asking Reset about how she ended up this way. Forgive me, I hadn't meant to cast as a cloud over our time together. I should have you know, I'm actually quite happy spending time with you and... Nope, that's not gonna cut it. You know, I keep telling you, it's okay to be a little selfish sometimes. Is this some kind of new software? I sent over a few instructions to go along with it. Use that to access the Garten with Van. With me? What are you planning? Well, let's just say it's one other reason I came here today. Oh, and before I forget, you might want to check out the stall we stopped by earlier. Anyway, anyways, I'll see you two later. Yeah, not really sure what she was getting at. Well, guess we have some time to kill. Should we take a look? I don't see why not. Although, I am a bit curious about this program she sent me. Okay. So they head into the Garten. Hey, isn't this... Looks like a recreation of one of Aramis's classrooms. It's pretty realistic, too. I can hardly tell the difference. But what's with these glasses in the textbook? Look, and where's Rosette? Mr. Arkwright, are you in there? Oh, hey. Oh, I thought I lost you. Is it alright if I come in? Yeah, of course. You okay? You sound a little timid. Well, it's just, okay, I'll just let myself in then. I apologize for being so late, Mr. Arkwright. No way. Is that really you, Rosette? What? Hello, Rexor. You're just in time for, whatever the hell Mirabelle has done here. Oops. Yeah, don't call him Taxor. Probably bad luck. Yeah, that is impressive from a creative standpoint, but it's just like, what? What? Yes, it's me. This avatar is a shard body made to simulate what I'd looked like when I was around 14 years old. It appears to be part of a brand new virtual reality system that runs via the Marhan Garten. 14-year-old Rosette, huh? How did they even pull this off? Actually, I'm assuming this is all Mirabelle's doing. I believe so. She must have been testing this whenever she had downtime at work. To think she'd go to all the trouble to give me this opportunity. Oh, Mirabelle, you truly are a handful sometimes. That explains my glasses in the textbook, I guess. You know, I think I've mentioned I didn't get the chance to finish school either. Putting me in the teacher role's a little funny, though. I put my own through so much hell. Anyway, I guess we could start out class as soon as you pick a desk. If you don't mind having a delinquent for a teacher, that is. Of course not, Mr. Arkwright. And then it becomes even more... And then it becomes even more fitting that her constant usual way of addressing Van is Mr. Arkwright. Alright, next question. In what year did the Calvarian Revolution take place? That would be in the year 1100. Nice job, Rosette. Really living up to that class president reputation of yours. So that's the scenario she set up, is it? However, I can't help but think these questions are a bit on the simple side. Would you be opposed to bringing out more difficult ones, sir? Sounds good to me. How about this one? Although neither of them were required to continue the act, they remained in character for a while longer. Well, yeah, because see, here's the thing. I mean, Rosette's not going to throw away Mirabelle's goodwill, and Van is not going to squander this opportunity for Rosette. Okay, so the answer to this problem is, if I may, sir, there seems to be a problem with your equation. Seriously? Man, it's been so long since I had to do math. Let's see. Where does this number go again? Let me show you. When you have x equals bracket minus b plus minus square root. Jesus, what is that formula? When you have this redonkulous formula, then you want to solve for. Hey, I'm the one who's supposed to be the teacher here. I'm not good at math either, so that's why I stumbled over that. I tried reading it out, and then I was like, we'll just say ridiculous formula and move on. I got better things to do with my time. Oh, is that what that is? Interesting. That's... So that's the under the... Oh, that's actually clever. That's actually clever. That's a nice little Easter egg. Both Van and Rosette thoroughly enjoyed themselves as they made new school memories. I can't help but feel a bit sorry for the other students. I'm really monopolizing all the teachers' attention. Well, it's my responsibility to make sure all students understand the content, right? Ask me anything and I'll do my best to answer. Okay, regards to this problem then. Huh? What's up? Oh, it's nothing. With me in such a small body, he looks even more mature than usual. I wonder if this is how Miss Claudel and the others feel around him. But before they knew it, the bittersweet days of Rosette's fabricated youth had come to an end. Oh, I guess that's it then. The time sure went by a lot faster than I thought it would. I imagine this whole thing takes a bunch of processing power. I'm surprised it even lasted this long. Mr. Arkwright, I really had a great time together. Yeah, me too. I was really getting into it back there. It's looking like we're going to have to put an end to it here, though. And after the school day ends, everyone assembles in the courtyard. They all enjoy their school life, only leaving for their home once the sun begins to set. It's a rather essential part of being a student, what they call the springtime of life. Thank you for letting me experience it, even just a little of what this life is like. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, I may be standing at the teacher's podium and all, but I had a lot of fun too. It reminded me of the good times I had. I actually was kind of hoping we could stay for a little longer. They do say your school years really pass you by. This was a truly unforgettable experience. I may have only been acting the part of a student, but I think it did its part in filling the hole inside me. Sad. I suppose I had been yearning for a chance like this, a longing for normal days, the hope to one day lead a mundane life. I guess I'll never quite know how much I lost because of that day. However, even though I had little choice but to take on this form, the fact remains that I was given a second lease on life. If I hadn't been given that miracle, I would have never have met any of you, not you or Mirabelle or anyone from Arkwright Solutions, and why I feel blessed to be where I am today. Damn, only 14 and still as mature as ever. Can't say I'm surprised though, you've always been the most sensible one on our team. Thank you. But don't you think it's alright to be a 14-year-old girl for a little while? Heck, you could probably stand to let your hair down every now and then in the real world too. From everything you told me, it sounds like you were forced to grow up a lot faster than anyone else. Maybe too fast. You think so? But I want you to know that you don't have to be the responsible one all the time. It's okay to rely on me and the others. Just like it's okay to be over 20 and still be in the springtime of your life. Whether that means having simulated experiences like this or having fun at a school festival, you should have fun with your life. I mean, relying on each other is part of what makes us all friends, right? Thank you, Mr. Arkwright. I feel like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders. This class certainly did deliver on its educational value. Good. Well, I hate to say it, but I guess we should wrap this up. Would you do the honors reset? Of course, Mr. Arkwright. All rise. Bow. Oh, jeez.
Due to yours and Mirabelle's efforts, I was able to confront the regrets I had buried deep within my heart. If the opportunity ever presents itself, I hope that someday you will allow me to support you in the same way.
All right. So that's the reset one. Yeah. All right. Next up, Catra is specifically Catra's secret. One down, 11 to go. Catra abruptly returned to the office, saying he had something urgent to attend to. When he neither returned nor answered his Zypha, Van decided to check on him and make sure everything was okay. Catra must be back in his room. Did he forget something he needed for the school festival? He seemed to be in a hurry. Maybe I should go in and ask what's up. Look at all the people tuning in. I couldn't be happier. Live streaming sure is a bundle of fun. Make sure to give me a follow if you liked what you saw. The heck? Whose voice is that? Sounds a little affected. Does he have a girl in there with him? No, wait. Anyway, thanks for stopping by today, Edith. Catch ya up next time on on the Catlia channel. Ketra, coming in. Huh? Van? I can explain. Uh, Sorry for barging in. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, a freaking VTuber. That's actually kind of funny. Galilea the Science Girl. So this is one of those newfangled virtual idol things. Means, right? I've heard about her online. Apparently she's really exploded into the scene in these last few weeks. Never would have guessed she was your alter ego, though. Yes, well, people have really started to embrace streamingers over the Orbital Net as a new form of entertainment. I developed an interest in it while researching the new technology involved, so I decided to make my own virtual model and try it out. Yeah. Yeah, online avatars are nothing new in this setting, funny enough. This is really just taking it to its logical extreme, really. And for the record, no, I have no intention of creating a VTuber model. Ugh. That is a saturated market as it is. So unless you've got, unless you've literally got a VTubing agency ready to back you, good luck, is all I can say to that. Sounds like you weren't expecting to get hooked, let alone make it this big. But your Edith exclusive broadcasts just happened to overlap with the school festival, right? So the only way you could do both was by ducking out of the festivities for a bit. Forgive me, I know I shouldn't be using the office's connection without asking. Oh, please. I seriously doubt Van's gonna say shit about this. What's there to apologize for? Knowing you, I'm sure you've got all kinds of anti-tracking tech in place. As I said, I don't think Van would give a crap. Because again, Katra's one of the 2 tech experts on the team. I seriously doubt he's going to think that Katra doesn't have like 4,000 firewalls keeping the connection to the orbital network secure. Streaming though, huh? It's enough to make my head spin. A few years back, I wouldn't have been able to picture it. You've even got Theo scanning your movements and syncing it to the model in real time, right? Man, if that takes off, it'll have every other form of media in fight or flight mode. Either that or scrambling to get a slice of the pie themselves. I say something wrong? No, just the opposite. Sorry for being rude there. It's just, I went into so much trouble to make myself up as a girl without anyone finding out. For a minute, I was afraid you'd get it creeped out or laugh at me or something. Well, if you're worrying about me on top of Van and Katra, I'll simply respond with, trans rights are human rights. I have no problem saying that. Now, I guess I should explain myself a little bit, because I am one of the yahoos who laughed at Joshua being dressed up in a dress that one time. And yes, that was a joke in poor taste. Let's be real. But that was kind of more of a revealing that Joshua is comfortable in his gender. So I'm a little more... Well, yeah. What I mean by that, Raxor, I'll go ahead and let me clarify. As far as I give a fuck here on this channel, that statement is true. I know what's going on in the States right now, and I don't even want to fucking cover that, because it is a lot of fucking bullshit right now. Oh, it's awful. Awful. But anyways, like I said, yeah, I'm the guy who laughed at Joshua in a dress. But again, that was also a characterization moment for Joshua. It was to affirm for not only himself, but for us, the audience, no, he identifies as a guy, he's a guy, end of discussion. And his kind of like, okay, that's nice, Olivier, but can you stop with the flirting, is to affirm that he's also comfortable in his sexuality. But it does it quietly. I talked about this back with, fuck, I cannot remember his name all of a sudden. Oh my god, will you go away? From Remake and Rebirth, that dude. Hang on. Let me check something quick here. Oh, wow. I can't do anything with... Oh, that's not good. Okay, that's something I'm going to have to do on Friday then. I wasn't paying attention to it because it didn't freaking happen all that time. Huh. Oh, well. Okay, so yeah, the YouTube Dark is gonna have to happen, unfortunately. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's it. That is his name. Andrea. I mentioned this with Andrea back in Final Fantasy VII Remake specifically, where I simply said point blank, Hank, if you're gonna add LGBTQI plus representation into your work, just do it. Just do it. Let the queer community decide whether it's good or bad representation, and move on. Just do the research. Try to research the tropes, like specifically the tropes to avoid. Just make them a good character, and let the queer community have at it. That's the simplest way to get to add representation to your work. Research it and then do it. It's that simple. And yeah, point blank, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at Catra for this. You notice I didn't even burst out a laugh. When I saw the VTuber model, I was like, oh, that's what this is. Okay. Because let's be real, I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that since Daybreak 1. He didn't want to be seen in the baths, the bandages, all that. They've been setting this up. Let's face it, they've been setting something like this up since he first came on screen. To be blunt. Yeah, exactly. This is meant to be a character moment for Catra. That's why I'm not laughing. And why I'm okay with laughing at Joshua, because it's meant to be a comedic moment that just happens to be to give us good characterization for Joshua. But here, this isn't meant to be funny. This is meant to be embarrassing as fuck. Look, for Catra. This is meant to be a moment where Catra is embarrassed as fuck, and Van is just looking at it like, it's all good. I got you. I accept it. I see. I mean, sure, I was shocked, but more in a, wow, that's pretty incredible kind of way. Everybody's got their hobbies and pursuits. This just happens to be your jam. I can understand why you'd be scared, though. You know, I was only guessing. I'll admit I was more so guessing based on Van's character. Good to know I was right. Thanks, Van. This wasn't something I agonized over, though. It genuinely did just start out of curiosity. As you know, I straddled the line between male and female. Sorry. It's present tense. As you know, I straddle the line between male and female. But because my masculine genes express themselves more prominently, I've lived as a boy ever since the professor took me in. I also find myself attracted to cute girls. Oh, that isn't exclusively the case. Still, I couldn't help wondering, what if I had lived as a girl all this time instead? Gender fluid. This is feeling gender fluid to me. Yeah, we got our, we got our more like why his body is like that explanation in the thing, but it's also his mentality that has been, I'm more interested in his mentality. His body is, whatever. it is whatever. Ever, right? Because of the DG cult, it's yeah, it literally straddles the line. So, yeah. As I said, Neko, I really don't want to get into it because, yeah, real life is real life, and there's a reason why my chat rules are like, no hot button topics, please. You know, and I even provide an explanation for that. You know, it's because I can't discuss them rationally. I can't. I know I can't. I mean, I can joke about them slightly, but even then I feel bad about joking about them because it's like, ugh, you know? And it feels like I'm just setting myself up for somebody, Compass, to be like, actually, on me. There are a few, admittedly, and even they tend to have a hard time because of just how messed up it's gotten over the past couple of decades. Well, and although if you really want to, if you really go digging into it, politics have been a fucking mess for over a century. Never mind. That train of thought makes sense for you. Not to say that you're the only one who ever felt that way. Right. The world is made up of all kinds of people, each with their own values and ways of living. So I want to be forward-thinking and exploring potential paths for my own life a little more. That's so. I was right to call you incredible then. I'm glad you think so. Oh, actually, I could ask you to stick around. Could I ask you to stick around for a bit? This isn't about you stumbling in on my secret. To be clear, that's just something I wanted to test. There's just something I wanted to test. Sorry to keep you waiting, man. Whoa. Well, what do you think? This is the full-scale, high precision in Catlia model. This is the first time I've worn it, so to speak. So there are still a bunch of unknown factors. It's not weird, is it? Caught me off guard, but no, it's not weird. Of course not. Today's just full of surprises. This is all. Your own trade suites will shine through a bit, but you seem to be pretty comfortable presenting as Catlia. That might be because of the way I use the Marhin Garten's data and AI to create her. First, I adjusted the scanned model of myself, used by the Garten, and to allow for modification. Then I executed a deep learning routine to simulate what I might look like as a girl. Helios above, technology's outpacing me more by the minute. Unfortunately, I can only show myself with the chest up due to current processing capability and synchronization speed limitations. But eventually, I should be able to live stream myself dancing in real time, or theoretically, that is. Now that I'd like to see. Man, though, once you researcher types get going on a project, you stick it out to the end. It's funny. A little while ago, I probably would have overthought this to the point of discouraging myself, from even trying. But you and the others helped me understand that I can be anything I want to be. I really am grateful for that, Fan. Just don't expect me to pass that thanks along to the others for you. Anyway, hey, just take your time experimenting and fleshing out your own personal style. Who knows? Build up a big enough following and you might be able to make a living on this idle thing. It's funny. Once I loosened up and got into the role, my popularity rose just like that. There's no turning back now. At this point, it's begun to feel like another part of the real me. Say, maybe you could make we could make you Arkwright Solutions' marketing mascot. Nah, that'd probably be too much exposure. But hey, it's always on the table if you need to expand our reach. Don't tell me you're actually considering it. Okay, maybe a bit too far, Van. Maybe a bit too far. Or especially considering you basically just posited the idea instead of asking if he'd be up for it. Yeah, that's true. Hell, even just in the past couple of decades, technology has been advancing at a ridiculous rate. So, that put a bow on your live streaming for today? Yes, I should be able to spend time with you and the rest after this. Why are you staring at me like that? It's nothing. Just took me a sec to remember that this is still the same catcher I've been talking to. And it's still the same catcher I'm talking to. What else did you expect? Oh, but, setting that aside, would you mind, zipping my lips about this? Don't sweat it. I was already planning to. Just a heads up, though. Agnes and them are liable to get wise anyway. Once you start making a name for yourself. Oh, yeah, I guess that's always a possibility. Imagine someone like Aaron finding out. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Yeah, something tells me Aaron's not gonna be as, polite about it. Should I tweak the model to look less like me before they catch on? But if it alienates my fan base, the backlash could be explosive. Sorry, didn't mean to send out the red alert. Hmm. True. I guess when it really matters, he would be respectful. But mm, maybe.
Hey, Van? I, wanted to thank you proper. Thank you so much for accepting me no matter what. I'm going to keep trying to figure out who I want to be. And you being there for me as I do makes me more happy than you could ever know.
All right. This is a review, after all. I should jot down a couple of notes here.
This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Artemis, the founder of our academy, firmly believed in. Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy.
Yeah.
A card battle tournament is being held in a classroom in the left wing on the first floor. Do you have what it takes to oust our resident game master? Then I invite you to come by and and try your luck. A card battle tournament is being held in a classroom in the left wing on the first floor. Do you have what it takes to oust our resident game master? Then I invite you to come by and try your luck.
So yeah, positive for Reset and for Catra's scenes there. That was good. Alright, next up. Swin and Nadia. The third of the ones that we're sadly going to probably nix from canon. Well, from like from what we're going to be doing going forward. Well met, Van Arkride, Spriggan Extraordinaire. To commemorate our final days in thy glorious capital, we do hereby challenge thee to a duel over the title of True Spriggan. Kincaid, most likely. And I basically picked it because of how low the bonding rank was. And then Swin and Nadia is just kind of like, well, yeah. Unfortunately, Swin and Nadia have not really impressed me all that much. Especially Swin. I should also note I adjusted the document last night. I gave it a bit of an auditing pass. That's actually why more negatives are on the board. Because I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna recontextualize is my thoughts on Act 3. I'm not gonna go into it again. Yeah, well, the thing is their bonding events have always been together. That's actually why they're both technically getting dropped, because theirs is just one bonding event. Like, so anyways, to continue my point, I basically erased Swin's negative and gave it to specifically Nadia. Even mentioning in Nadia's positive that, you know, Swin was gonna be here too, but then Act 3 happened. So, yeah. No, Nadia gets a positive, Swin does not. Which is funny because that I actually added positives which then made the score just kind of stay put, which is hilarious. Think what it was, oh yeah, I got rid of the story sequencing positive, because no. The more I think about it, the more it's like, no. The internal continuity is good, but the actual like sequencing of events is just no. Could have sworn there was something else I added. Did I? Did I add Gramhard, or was that before? No, that had to have been before. Now I'm doubting myself here. Yeah, I think I added. Yeah, I think I negated those, and then added the Gramhart bonus scene, and then I think I added something else. But yeah. Yeah, like, and then and I'm not gonna harp on the negatives. I'm done bitching about Act 3. Most of the ones I added were for Act 3. Hey, Garden Master's plan, that can go to hell. That was so stupid. What was the other thing? No, I already had added that. Oh yeah, the plot. Okay, so the Garden Master's plan was actually the only thing negative I added from Act 3. The plot in general was just I added a third story sequencing negative, and then I added a and then I added a triple negative for the plot, because, and I should explain that a little bit, because I don't mean just the plot of Act 3. I mean this entire game's plot. Act 3, is bad, and it drags everything down. But my biggest problem, and what cemented a triple negative for the plot, was this story has no cohesion. We bounce between plot point to plot point to plot point to plot point, and it doesn't feel like they cohese in any, interesting manner, right? The Ouroboros heroes, and for example, in Cold Steel 3, there were basically two villains breathing down Van's neck. That were breathing down Van's neck, right? There was the Iron Bloods forcing him to do shit, and there was all the plots by Ouroboros. These two elements came together beautifully and in a very believable way. Even if it did feel like it kind of came out of nowhere, it was still foreshadowed constantly by previous stuff. What's funny is that you could see it as there's two twos in the series that literally show that it could have gone either way. Either Osborn going with Ouroboros or Osborn being fully against Ouroboros. Cold Steel 2 was the against Ouroboros thing, and then there was also Sky 2, because Olivier mentioned all the way back in Sky 2 that he was certain that Osborn had been in contact with Ouroboros. He even claimed that there was no reason to doubt it at that point. I do feel like it is a collection of stories, but it just does not work for me. Is ultimately the big problem, and it kind of drags the whole thing down, in my opinion. So that's why the negatives jumped up there, and that was it. That was the two that I added. We'll see how this all goes. Translation? Translation, please. I don't like the story of this game, Van. There's your translation. Actually, she pretty much covered it. We've gone through 2 of them, Raxor, and both of them have been positives. And we're likely gonna add more. Come on, play along. This could be our last chance. Here we go. Alright, I'll bite. So, explain this duel over the title of True Spriggan business. Well, that part was just her being dramatic. Remember when you made us substitute Spriggans right after we came to Edith? It's been a wild ride since then, and I mean wild. Now here we are with everything we asked for and more. We don't want to set a bad example for Lapis or our boss by taking advantage of your hospitality, though. So we felt we needed to prove ourselves, and who better to do it against than you, Van? Spriggan stuff's pretty close to our usual work already, so a 4SBD showdown sounded like a good way to settle things. And if we should vanquish thee, perchance we could lay claim to thy reputation as well? Don't push your luck, but I get where you're coming from. You deserve a little something for picking up the slack around here. I'll just treat this like a special 4SBG from my stand-ins. Just don't cry foul when I go full throttle. No better parting gift than showing you what a Spriggan's really made of. We couldn't ask for more. Now you're talking. Price discount promotion to bring in more 4SBGs. The backs of the bulletin boards in every district ought to have requests from corner to corner by now. Whoever closes out the most of them within the time limit is the winner. You guys all set to go? Oh, ready when you are. Really casting a wide net though, huh? I know this was our suggestion, but we're in for a lot more 4SPGs than we bargained for. You say that, but I had to trim the list is quite a bit to get it down to the suitable ones. I was already looking for a good excuse to get finickier ones over with, so this worked out great. Yeah, I imagine what a buzzkill it would be to get an emergency call in the middle of tonight's live performance. Well, alright, I hope you don't mind if we bring the heat then. You're on. No backing out now. Let the 4SPG showdown commence. Okay, this one's likely to get a positive. She's coming your way, ass. Roger that. There, you're gonna be just fine. Booyah! Score 1 for the Dream Team. Goodness, what an impressive display! Hey, my sweet little Anna, thank you ever so much for catching her. About that, are you really this cat's owner? You were a few syllables off from her name, from the name on her collar just now. And rumor has it that a shady catnapper's been snatching up purebreds to put on the market. That's her. Oh, Angela, thank goodness, is you're all right. So now the mansion I'm employed at has this massive infestation, and it's all my fault. If I don't do something about it, they'll fire me for sure. Can I count on you to handle this discreetly? So my hunch was right. The 2 of them are like a match made in heaven. Mind hanging on just a tick? I think the solution to your problem should be along in just a minute. Excuse me, but are you the Spriggan I keep hearing about? I could really use your expertise. All of the laboratory rats, it's at the medical research facility I work for, were inadvertently terminated. Is there any chance you could set us up with a large quantity of them in short order? Did you say rats? Huh? That's 2 for 1. Oh, wow. Oh, that is smooth, Van. Damn. That is smooth. Yes, this is getting a positive. Ah, damn. This is totally getting a positive. S, you think those cars have anything to do with that package we picked up a minute ago? Shoot, we're being tailed. I'll shake them off. Hang tight, untight, Nadia. Aye, aye. Somebody save me! Pipe down. I ain't looking to start anything. At least not if you clean out your blackmail data and hand it over. You had a good run up until now, coasting on the backs of others. I'd say it's about time for the piper to get paid. Yeah, at this point, but I do like that they're actually doing work while doing so. That is actually nice. And then, of course, you have Van just kind of with that smooth 2-for-1. That was awesome. All right, just take it. That settles that. Now, on to a separate request. This one involves getting tit for tat over the living hell you put your victims through. No, please! Waiting around here to ambush that crooked businessman isn't going as well as I hoped. Maybe he caught on and switched routes? I can recalculate his paths, but we're kind of short on time. What's this? Don't tell me we're all working on the same request. Oh, hi Van. Guess we overlapped on this one. Well, ain't that a kick in the head? You two already got the jump on me. Not even the golden tip-off Bermati not even the golden tip-off Bermati had can make up for that. I'll just have to shift over to something else. Ah, well, keep up the good work out there. Bermati, that's his informant over in Riverside. Might as well head over and take the freebie. So the final tally is 11 for SPGs for me and 12 for you. The victory is yours. Damn, some professional I am. Damn, even with the 2-for-1? Damn. That's quite a few S4 SPGs. That's more SPGs than I think are in the entire game. Because I'm pretty sure there's only been like, what, 1 or 2 per act? God damn, because that's 23 requests they just went through. What's wrong? Those don't look like the faces of winners to me. It's because this whole thing was rigged. I'm with her on that. That informant you'd clued us in on was the only reason we were able to close that last request. Can't really say that point was earned fair and square. Hey, I'm the one who slipped up giving you a hint. You should be proud of not letting it pass you by. From where I'm standing, you solved that. Who solved that? What? Doesn't really matter, as long as you stuck to the Spriggan way. Matter of fact, you did me a solid divvying up the workload, so thanks for that. You got us hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, we may have won the battle, but we lost the war on the second we suggested dueling over 4 SPGs. I don't know if I agree with that. Because, again, yeah, he capitalized on it. But it was still a good suggestion. Why? Because 4 SPGs are the Spriggan equivalent of quests for the Bracer Guild. Of requests of the Bracer Guild. Excuse me. Hey. So, yeah, no. I mean, yeah, okay, sure, you know, Van has the whole as long as you do it the Spriggan way thing, but at the same time, yeah, no, this is actually a really good thing, you know. You know, that's why I say, you know, they're, you know, even if Swin and Nadia were just on a date, it's like they were still doing work, which means they were still helping people, and they even caught a catnapper for good measure, you know. Yep, fucks this good, Van. You guys get so uptight over the weirdest things. Well, for all the areas we fall short in, we still managed to prove ourselves pretty decently. Yep, I'd say so. Actually, you never fully explained what it is you were trying to prove. Mind filling me in? Like we said, these last several months have been in one freak incident after another. Running into old colleagues from the gardens on Nemeth, seeing what looked like my brother back from the dead, and even that's got nothing on what went down with LP and S. Everything worked out in the end, but it left us with some heavy questions to chew on. We started to wonder, would we ever escape our past, or were we doomed to spend the rest of our days in darkness? Okay, I would argue that the fact that Ace was a fake kind of proves that no, it's the former. Normer, you have escaped your past. Yes, it's technically coming back to bite you, but that's just from villains being fucking dipshits. Dips at this point. And if I may be so bold, both Ren and Joshua have gotten past their bloodstained pasts. They have both bid farewell to their bloodstained pasts. You two have as well. No, I don't blame them. I don't blame them for having these doubts. I'm just letting them know. It's like, yeah, no, you guys have settled your past. It's done. Yeah, Ix and Orda are still out there, but you know what? They've chosen their own path. Yeah, okay, Ix and Orda are like, yeah, you can't escape your past. Ha 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 ha. But the proper response to that is to punch Ix in the fucking face and slam his head into the ground as hard as you can. And because fuck that little shit. He's embraced the killer mentality. You two have been trying to get away from it. And to be blunt with you, I would argue the first chain link they severed was when they killed the Emperor back in the 3 and 9 novel. I don't mean the simulacra version of the Emperor. No, I mean the actual Emperor. When they killed him, that was the first step. The first step out of the darkness. And true, they need to keep advancing towards the light. But here's the thing, I still think they're on the path to dawn. Which I just realized this is Trails Through Daybreak 2. I didn't even make the connection of like, oh wait, they're like the perfect characters to bring in for this. But again, I don't blame them for getting rattled by the twins. I don't. But I do still think they are reasonable. Hell, even their whole reason for coming to the Republic was a noble one. They wanted to save even a member of their family. Because regardless of what denomination you give LP, give Lapis, she's family. And that's the important part. Which is hilarious because that's been a recurring theme the entire series. Think about it for a second. Joshua, Ren, Kia, Fee, Reen, honestly, Swin and Nadia, Lapis, Ipis. That's 7 characters right off the top of my head. It was still a found family. It was still a part of the found family theme. Was it exactly the same? No, but neither was Joshua or Ren's version of it. Kia's was a whole different ballpark too, while we're on the subject. We started to... Oh, no, I read that. I see. Well, that's what it all boils down to. We wanted to prove that that if we worked hard enough, we could enjoy our lives in a way that sat right with us. Just like you do, Van. Like me. Not that most people would call your way of life a respectable one. Don't I know it? I hear Elaine offered you two a place at the guild, though. Why not take her up on that? Blech, and work myself into the ground all year round? And I've got a lazing and loafing quota to keep. Okay, if it wasn't for that attitude of Nadia's, I do legit think these two could make excellent bracers. Now, I know I say that a lot. I am practically a simp for the Bracer Guild. I am. Yeah, let's be real. There are so many. I get pissy when it's depicted in a really fucking stupid way. Daybreak 1. But I've honestly liked so many of the characters. They don't need to be bracers, I agree. Hey, I'm saying it's a shame, but there's a lot of characters that would make for excellent bracers. Like, just straight up excellent bracers. No, they don't need to be. And no, I don't want every character that gets offered a bracer position to take it. I don't. I'm cool with Ash not taking it. I'm cool with Reen not taking it. I'm cool with Swin and Nadia not taking it. So on and so forth. I'm actually happy we have multiple examples of people being offered offered to join the Bracer Guild and that position being taken down. Because again, it keeps it less predictable, which is good, you know? Oh, I actually honestly really like there's 4 prominent examples of characters who were offered bracer positions and were and declined. But I also like that there's other characters who tried to get into the Bracer Guild and worked to get into it. Agate's crew coming to mind immediately, you know? I like that there's back and forth between it. Because no, Swin and Nadia don't need to join the guild. Possibly. Oh, it's quite possible, and if Ash does join the Bracer Guild at some point in the future, I won't argue with that, because again, there was a progression, right? He didn't just jump on it because because joining the Bracer Guild is the be all end all, right? That's another prominent example, right? granted, her joining the SSS was a foregone conclusion, and you know what's funny? Okay, you know what's funny about Yuna joining the SSS? I thought she had already. No, seriously. In my mind, for some reason, I thought she had already. Like, as of Reverie, had joined them. Now, obviously she didn't because she was a part of New Class 7. You know, she was still a part of New Class 7, but just mentally, I was like, wait, wasn't she already technically a member? But no, officially, no, she wasn't. Yeah. And to be honest with you, I actually kind of like that. Because, well, I don't want past characters just returning all willy-nilly. Trails has never done that. No, seriously, think about it for a second. Every time a previous protag, the previous protags have shown up in a future Trails game, there's always been a purpose to it. Estelle and Joshua showing up in Trails from Zero. There was a reason for that. Kevin, Reese, and then again Estelle and Joshua showing up in Azure. Massive reason for it. Fair enough. I don't know. Obviously I don't know Reen's reason, and I won't know until we get to Kai. But Estelle and Joshua had a good reason. Azure, Kevin Reese, Estelle, and Joshua all joining in Azure made perfect sense. And it's Olivier in the Cold Steels. Honestly, enough said. Ed, let's be real. The SSS's cameos in Cold Steel 3. Perfectly logical. Cold Steel 4 was, of course, the big conclusion to the past 8 games worth of content. Reverie, ditto. It was the epilogue to all that. Well, epilogue / bridge, more so than anything. And then Daybreak 1, Fee showing up. Well, she's a member of the Bracer Guild, and they were kind of short-staffed. And, of course, Jin being in both Daybreak 1 and Daybreak 2, well, his main branch is the Calvardian branch, so that actually makes perfect sense. Everybody says Reen has no development, and I'm just like, have you not been paying attention? He has development. He just didn't have much in Reverie. That was like the one time he didn't have that much development. But that's just me. Yeah. He's finally progressed past the whole self-doubt thing. That was his character arc in Reverie. He finally laying his past to bed. How ironic. That's true. He is fairly static. I will give you that one. He's mostly static. Well, we saw a little bit of that in Cold Steel 3 and 4, but it was the seeds of that, not full on, move out kind of thing. There's a lot of things about Kai I'm looking forward to. Kevin's return, or Reen returning, the whole 9 yards. Hell, I'm even curious to see what Van's role in Kai is going to be. But I will admit that Japanese subtitle still... That Japanese subtitle still is making me go, oh boy, that's making me cock an eyebrow. Because, fresh reminder, the subtitle is Farewell Ozumuria. Yeah, Daybreak 2's is Crimson Sin, which makes perfect sense. I didn't have any reservations about this one's subtitle. At all. It was just, oh, Crimson Sin. Okay. Honestly, I kind of wish they had kept the subtitle, Little Crimson Sin, because it is fitting for this game. Anywho, let's get through this finally, because I'm still on a pseudo time limit, not a hard time limit, just kind of a soft time limit. So let's continue. Call me crazy, but I don't think her line of work is in our wheelhouse anyway. That aside, there was one other thing we wanted to prove. To yourselves? No, to you, Van. We wanted to show how much we've grown over these past 2 years. You had to help us out with just about everything back then. But now, other people can lean on us for a change, don't you think? I mean, yeah, you two have come leaps and bounds, no doubt about that. Even if your past tries to haunt you again, I know you'll put it back in its place as many times as it takes. Exactly. And that's exactly Van's point here is exactly my point with them too. There's no need to worry about their past coming back to haunt them. They are strong enough to put it back to bed. Hence why my comment of punch X in the gut and slam his face into the ground, and is for that. Because we don't need to hit the magic reset button on their character arc. It's actually one of the main things that bugs me. It's one of the few, it's in my opinion, one of the few actual, no really flaws of Cold Steel 3's story. You've got the freedom to make whatever you want of your lives. This Old Town Spriggan will vouch for you on that any day of the week. I know we're not leaving just yet, but I can tell we won't be leaving with any regrets behind. And the next time we meet up, we're going to be thrice as impressive as we are now. Yeah. The character moments are what bolster this one. It's funny because I have a weird appreciation for this game. The sum up of this game is going to be, this is a fantastic game that I never want to play again. I will recognize this thing's quality. I will recognize that it is an amazing game. But I'm probably going to give this the ripe jalapeno tag. Because this is an amazeballs game in a lot of ways. I just don't have any desire to play it again. Yeah, I can hardly wait already. Alright, there we go.
We might be hanging up our substitute Spriggan hats, but we'll never, ever forget the time we spent with you, Aggie, and everyone else.
I can't promise we'll always be available, but if you're ever in a bind, hit us up. Next time, we'll be the ones handling a 4SPG of yours.
Positive to story. Ah, no worries. You did say that was the thing.
Thank you.
I actually forget what Kai means in English too. Then again, there are like 2 translations of Kiseki, so there's that.
Preserves the principles that Artemis, the founder of our academy, firmly believed in. Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy.
Well, it's one of 2. There's 2. I have heard 2 distinct translations of the word Kiseki from Japanese Reverie. One of them is trails, and one of them is miracles. Miracles. And I don't know enough about Japanese kanji to be able to tell you which one it's intended to be. If I knew that, I could just look at the logo and be, aha, it's this, right? Alright, next up, okay, so that was 3 of them. So, next up, unfortunately, the last one that I'm going to be doing is probably going to be Kincaid's. Just because I don't use Kincaid all that much, so. The Sorrow of a Capable Man is the last one before we hit the reset. We reset. As I spill all over myself. No, because of course I do. Whoops. There we go. Ugh. Anyways. Trying to bail, eh, Renee? Well, isn't this a familiar scene? Reminds me of our days in school. Though, as I recall it, you would always land in trouble with Mr. Powell, for cutting classes. And you always play things by the book. Ugh, on the surface, anyway. As long as the student council work was neat as a pin, you could slack off with no one the wiser. Naturally, moderation and discretion are key when it comes to flouting the rules. Well, I'm waiting for an explanation on why Mr. Ex-Student Council Prez is skipping out on this alma mater's school festival. Play your cards wrong, and I might jag along. Ever the busybody, aren't we? Still, perhaps this is for the better. Come with me. I'll give you a ride. Okay. Interesting. A top-of-the-line 8-twist sports car? Where the hell did you snag this beaut? This is on the more modest end, really. Now go on, take a seat. Bah! I'm gonna see how comfy this thing is, no matter how much it kills me inside. So this is the place? Blue score. Oh yeah, the concert hall in the Riverside. Guess I should have seen it coming. What, is some artist you like putting on a show? Oh, I'm not in the audience today. My musical peers and I have had promised to meet here. We'd booked a short window of time for an impromptu session, you see. That's so, yes. But as luck would have it, all of them are now otherwise engaged. This happens from time to time, so I intended to drop by and cancel our reservation. But that was before I had you accompanying me. Do you still remember how to play the guitar? Last time I did was back at Aramis, and even then I only plucked around a bit. It will helping out with club stuff. No way I'll be anywhere near as good as the rest of your circle. Oh, I don't expect you to be. Come along, if you insist. Damn, we got a pro here. And here, you never let yourself get rusty, huh, Renee? And you're keeping up well for being out of practice. Maybe we could even include you in one of our concerts. Hold up, you've actually played for a crowd before? Don't get distracted. We're moving straight into the next song. Got it. Yeah, exactly. So, you met some other musicians on the OrbitalNet? Yes, we started out by meeting up offline and to share our mutual love of music. Our group gets along famously despite coming from different walks of life and spanning a wide range of ages. Each of us does what we can to carve out a little piece in our space in our busy lives to gather, chat, and play whatever comes to mind. It makes for a nice, occasional reprieve. So you get to just do your thing, no strings attached. That sounds right up my alley. Can't say I ever pictured you getting yourself into a friend group like that, though. I guess even after all these years, there's still a lot I don't know about you. Is it really so strange? I like to think that I make a strong effort to maintain my social life. Besides, one should never judge a book by its cover. You, Elaine, and myself all have sides to ourselves that we keep from one another. That was true then as it is now. Well, yeah, I ain't trying to say otherwise. But even apart from that, for whatever reason, I've always had a hard time imagining what you're like outside of work. It's as if you're always got this wall around you, Renee. That's the best way I can put it. The girl I had been seeing told me the same thing recently. Hey, just another occupational hazard, I suppose. You haven't gotten on my case for not calling you Kincaid even once today. That ain't the only way you haven't been yourself either. Take your reservation for this place. Normally you'd just cancel it and go about your business. What, did something happen between you and your lady? Wait, seriously? I was half joking there. I never had much opportunity to see her this year. Tight schedules are a given considering my role as presidential aide, but that isn't much of an excuse. She said she could never tell what was going through my head. That's rough. Let me guess, she was supposed to come to your jam session today? Yes. I had planned to introduce her to my fellow musicians. In a sense, the fact that they have other commitments is a blessing in disguise. Our split was mutual, if that's any consolation. Many relationships just aren't meant to last. That said, I almost wish she had slapped me even once. Why so silent all of a sudden? Did my point about ill-fated relationships hit a little too close to home? Jackass. Don't try to play it off by dissing me. Anyway, break's over. Let's bring this house down. How about we do something that goes extra hard next? Like the punk rock stuff we used to try back in high school. You mean the song we were considering for the festival? Doesn't exactly feel appropriate at our current age. Since when? A few birthdays ain't gonna change who you are inside. Or are you scared my guitar is gonna upstage your bass? My brush strumming technique was pretty sick. I never called it a bad idea. Count me in. No, of course we don't get to hear it. Oof. Might have gone a bit overboard there. Here, my fingers are starting to feel like shredded meat. So quick to complain. Hey, you could learn a thing or two from my groupmates. We have a member with more zeal and advanced age than most youths, another in a managerial position at a major corporation, and so forth. Pretty impressive. Almost makes it sound like you're networking on the side. I haven't a clue what you mean. Nevertheless, my spirits do feel lighter now. Glad to hear it. You ever want to jam again, just say the word and I'll be there. I know venting ain't really your thing, but I don't mind lending an ear if you need it. It doesn't matter if you're the oldest in our group. Don't forget that you've got people in your corner, me and Elaine included. Besides, knowing you, it won't be long before you meet a new catch. But hey, if you need help fishing around, I'm only a 4 SPG away. Something funny about that? No, I was laughing at my own immaturity, especially if my dishonorary little brother is trying to console me. I never thought I'd see the day. You truly have grown, Van. There you go, treating me like a little kid again. But hey, if you do meet someone new, maybe introduce her to us this time. Alright, Renee? That's Kincaid to you. And how are you and Elaine faring? Unless you've been making progress with a certain young lady in your employ? The hell I have! Why you always gotta turn things around on me? God damn it, Van.
Now you're the one comforting me. Ooh, the script has been flipped. I suppose that's proof of how much you've grown. Anyhow, we should do this again sometime. We can even drag Elaine along.
Alright. That was a nice little one. I don't know if it's positive worthy, if I'm honest. But definitely good. Definitely good. Alright. Now that we've done that, time to get the ones where we're actually doing out of the way. I think we'll start with... We'll go in ascending order of ones I actually want to do. Which means we'll be starting with... Aaron. Cut the shit already. Guess you do remember my face. Figured you'd be a little happier to see me after 10 years, Ronnie. Don't you dare call me that. Ed, what the hell are you doing here anyway? What, I'm not allowed to check up on how my kid's doing? I've been looking high and low for you, only to be led to Edith of all places. Man, you sure got big, though. Oh, you're the spitting image of UF when she... Keep my mother's name out of your damn mouth. jokes about the Will Smith Oscar slap. We're walking, we're walking. This sure sounds like a lovely reunion. Fun. There a reason we're meeting up in some back alley? You're not the only one with a nose for sniffing out trouble. I've been hearing rumors that this asshole was in town. Just followed him around, and here I am. You must be the Spriggan. Thanks for keeping an eye on my son for so long. Man, you sure are the talk of the town. Anyway, I'm Leroy, Aaron's father. Van Arkwright, it's a real pleasure. Don't start acting all responsible, and you, stop trying to get friendly. There's no need to be so hostile, Aaron. I just like to get along with the man my son's been working for. You see, there's actually one other reason I came to the capital. I knew it! I fucking knew it! Knew it. Fuck. That name is suddenly fitting because you're just as dumb as the fucking Leroy Jenkins dumbass. You know what's funny? For years, I had always heard the Leroy Jenkins meme, but I never knew where it was from. Until I found out it was from a frickin' World of Warcraft player of all things. Ugh. Lend me some Mira, will ya? Just enough to get me back on my feet. Please, I'm begging here. I ended up owing some money to a couple of real nasty guys, and now they've got it out for me. If I don't pay him back with interest, your old man's gonna be 6 arc under before you know it. Come on, Ronnie, we're family, right? We're supposed to be able to count on one another. If you don't have the funds now, maybe you can get an advance payment from your boss here. Shut up. You disgusting piece of shit. You haven't changed at all. No, you're not even sorry for all the crap you put my mother through. Get lost and don't let me see your face ever again. So, that's how it is, huh? Well, I guess that's that. Suppose my business here is finished then. See you around, Mr. Arkwright. If you're looking for a place to lay low, you could probably try the Blacklight District. Got plenty of folks down there in the same boat. Oh, I've heard of the place. I'm sure I'll be right at home. Mm-hmm. Didn't you say you never had a dad? Yeah, and? Not that, like, that useless piece of trash ever acted like one. Yeah? No, I can understand that. I completely understand that. My mom was a rising star in the world of Eastern theater, and all that slime ever did was waste her savings on booze and gambling. She went through hell because of him. In the end, though, he got on the wrong side of the Lou family, Emily, and they drove him out of town. I think I was about 6 or so. And now he shows up over a decade later just to ask for more money. Maybe it's not my place to say, but it's kind of hard to believe he's your dad. Guess your the hair color kind of gives it away, though. That's what pisses me off the most. No matter how much I try to distance myself from him, we still share the same blood. I'll never understand why Mom ever cared for that guy. Still, you gotta wonder, why did he come searching for you now of all times? Huh? Weren't you listening? He wanted to sponge some mirror off of me. But why would he try to reunite with his son now after 10 years of silence? Doubt he's dumb enough to think you'd be all smiles. I don't think he ever actually believed you'd agree to pay off his debt. Well, I'm sure there was a tiny part of him hoping it'd all go that his way, of course. What are you trying to say? Nothing really. Just wondering if you're actually feeling okay about all this. That bastard ruined your mom's life, right? Figured you'd like to sock him across the jaw at least. But I guess the whole thing was pretty unexpected. I'm sure you were just trying to put all the pieces together. Still, it's not like the little conqueror of Lu Zhao, no former child prodigy and genius of Eastern theater, to let someone off the hook like that. That being said, if you did want to give your dad what for, I wouldn't mind helping out. You're one hell of an instigator, you know that? You're right, though. That was pretty out of character for me. Let's go see if we can track the bastard down. That's more like it. You really thought you could hide from us, old man? Hand over the mirror, dirtbag. Hey now, let's all just calm down a little, yeah? I'm a good-looking man. If you mess up my moneymaker, you'll never get your mirror back. What have we here? A family picture, huh? That's not... Oh? Why so flustered, Leroy? It's not like we don't know who your little boy is. Took the liberty of digging into your background quite some time ago, after all. We also know you're just some good-for-nothing who got chased out of Lawport. At first, we thought you were a little more than some deadbeat dad, but I think we might just have a use for you. You see, Sao used us as pawns, and Gao Long left us to the dogs. The Lai family's practically in shambles. Taking advantage of someone like you, who's our best chance of getting out of this hole. Not only to get one over on the who's in the Lees, but Aaron too. Come on, Leroy. What do you say? Mind drawing your son out for us? We might even forgive all your debt. Hell, you already abandoned him once. I'm sure a second time won't hurt. Maybe it'll help if you just look at it as getting your revenge on the Luz. You bastard! Look, there's no need to threaten my family. I'll get you your mirror back. But as far as Ronnie's concerned, no way am I letting you guys lay a finger on him. You think we're giving you a choice here? Yeah. You know, I'm kind of sick of fiction doing this. If I may be so bold. This one's not getting a positive either. In fact, I'm leaning towards a negative for it. Because I'm kind of sick of the whole, well, my dad was a douchebag. Psych, just kidding. Trope in fiction. I'm really getting sick of that. Looks like you still haven't learned your place. You don't get to refuse. It was just shut up and do what you're told. You guys just don't know when to quit. Aaron and the Spriggan. So, you found us, huh? You played right into our... Shut up. Ronnie? Let's make this quick. Right. That? What the hell was with that? That almost looked like the corrosion. Corrosion for a second there. It's a different, I know it's a different aura, but, like, what? So it was the Lai family that was after you. Man, these guys are like cockroaches. Ew, you two really saved my behind. Say, Ronnie, where'd you learn to fight like that? These guys were nothing compared to... Don't start acting all excited, slimeball. What the hell's up with that picture of yours, anyway? Thought you could just flash it at me and all would be forgiven? Aaron, calm down. You know, on the way over, I was trying to figure out what was really behind your dad's arrival. But I think I finally landed on the truth. The anniversary of your wife's death was at the end of last year, right? With me being shut out of Longport, I've never had the chance to visit Yufa's grave. And I've heard rumors that Aaron, had been doing business in the capital recently. So I figured if I couldn't pay my wishes to her, I could at least go see my son, the son she left behind. Of course, I say that, but the whole bit about wanting to borrow some Mira was true, too. See, I've been trying to find a spring lily like the ones that grow over in the eroded cave. I've had a hell of a time trying to find a real one, though. Think you'd be willing to place it on her grave for me? Screw you! If you cared about her so much, then why didn't you do anything when she was still alive? It doesn't matter if the Liu family forced you out. No, you should have been there for us. Whatever. Now that we've talked, I think I finally understand. Roughing you up's not gonna fix the mess you made. Okay. We're starting to lean more towards the positive. And I'll explain why in a minute. I'll take care of the flower for you. Don't think Mom would want to turn it down anyway. Now get out of here, loser. Guess I'll see myself out then. You can leave the Lai family's goons to us. What are you guys doing here? How come you never told us that these Lai guys were still lurking around? You were just a little early with the whole Sao enters thing, Raxor. Well, they posed very little trouble to Heiwei. Why would we bother? I didn't think they'd be making deals with Leroy, though, of all people. Well, I suppose we have them by the tail now. Might as well root the last of them out. I'm sure the Lee family will take care of them, right? Along with all the extortion schemes they've been running. Indeed. We'll work together to clean up this riffraff. I trust that will help keep our relationship affable as well. Sheesh, you two make it sound so easy. Well, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, there's a part of me that secretly thinks they both just want to bang, but they're too professional to cave to those passions. Although, let's face it, Sal would only be having sex with the Loshin for fucking as part of his damn scheme. It would be step like 69 of like 2300 or something. Yes, I just pulled those numbers out of my ass. Leave me alone. Sheesh. Does that mean my debt to the Lai family's being wiped out? Talk about a lucky break. I'd say you don't deserve it, but I'm sure you have plenty of other debts to pay off, huh? That's correct. There seem to be a fair number of debt collectors on the hunt for him at this very moment. In fact, I believe I've heard they've started gathering in the capital. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Well, I suppose that means I should be off. Ronnie, Mr. Spriggan, make sure you take good care of yourselves. Shit. I hate that you got to see all my dirty laundry. Well, it sure took long enough anyway. I'm glad you got it all out in the open, though. Even with all of his problems, he's still the man and your mother you chose to love. You just have to accept the fact that he's blood. Okay, I know that's a Japanese thing, but no, he fucking doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. Would you stop acting like you have all the answers? I'll never forgive him for what he put my mom through. But if I'd just left it at that, I feel like I would have walked away with a lot more regrets. Honestly, I'm sort of glad you talked me into going after him. Yeah, if nothing else, to clear the air. To just finally get it all off your chest. Just fucking put the matter of that asshole to bed and sever him from the family tree, so to speak, even if only in your mind, and be done with it. A toxic element like him? A toxic element like him needs to be just removed. Removed. Completely. Get rid of the fucker for good. Yeah. Well, even if we do, it's like, again, I take umbrage, not only with the fact that I knock shit over on my desk here, but I take umbrage with the fact not only with this whole with him, because here's the thing, what was moving the needle towards negative was the whole Leroy cared about Aaron all along thing. Him caring is still having, still, missing his wife, whatever. That I can at least somewhat buy. Like, What I was gonna fucking rage over was if Aaron had forgiven him. Just forgave him because he actually cared. I'm sick of that fucking trope. Like, when we get to Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, there is a character that I will be purposefully getting killed, and I will explain why I'm getting him killed when we get there. Yeah, I know I'm playing Trails, and that's the whole thing. It's actually what pissed me off about the whole Osborne thing. But yeah, exactly. But forgiveness and redemption only go so far, because there are certain redemption has to be earned, not given away. And several characters that have gone on a redemption arc have wanted to redeem themselves. Joshua, Ren, Crow. Oh, comes to mind immediately. Who else? I know there's others. Walt. Walt comes to mind. It comes to mind. And frickin' Claire, Lecter, Victor. All of these characters, the reason why their redemptions work is because there was a desire not only to see them redeemed, but for an inner desire from the characters to want to redeem themselves. Exactly, but that's still a redemption, because he thought his life was over after the whole Imperial Liberation Front thing. But then he got a new lease on life. And he was like, all right, I got a new lease on life. I won't waste it. I will be better. I'll work with Toa on her NGO stuff. I'll have Rings back whenever he needs it. I will be a bro instead of a foe. He literally died and came back. He literally and this is the other thing too. This is the other thing too, Raxor. It wasn't swept under the rug. The fact that he was a terrorist was never swept under the rug. Because he acknowledged it back in Cold Steel 4. He was like, yeah, no, I've got a lot to atone for. You know? Again, I'm with a redemption arc if the character deserves it. Leroy, he's not deserving of a fucking redemption arc. He basically said, he basically was like, well, now that I've given the flower to Aaron, I'm gonna go off and run away from my debt collectors because in an entire fucking decade, I have learned nothing. I am as static of a character as I was a decade ago. Bye. I'm just like Makalov in the Fire Emblem Telia saga. Bye. I think I'll go ahead and consider that a victory then. Man, you really are growing up. Don't touch me, creep. Guess he really did inherit that spirit. So sorry, Ronnie. I wish I could have. It would have ended with me. Still, with all those friends of yours, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Not that I have much room to speak. Up yours, Leroy. Straight up yours.
Blood isn't everything, but I guess my connection to him is still important. Guess I have you to thank for... No, forget it!
No. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's basically what it was. He previously had the Tyrant Curse. Keep in mind the Genesis had to pull the Tyrant Curse out. So, I'm going to go ahead and say something that's probably going to seem a little weird. Wash. That is a wash. I'm not going to give it a negative, but I am not giving that a positive. Because that was just as irritating as it was as good. Because it was in equal measure. It was literally an equal measure. Okay? Aaron getting closure on his father's bullcrap. Good. Good. Him supposedly caring. Bad. Aaron not fucking just not forgiving Leroy. Good. Van claiming that he's still blood and Aaron should still care. Bad. Wash. fair. Like I said, I know. Fair enough. That's just my opinion on it. Right? Because again, toxic element. You know. We need a palate cleanser after that. Who should we palate cleanse with? You know what? Grimcat in Peril. Let's go with that. What the heck was so urgent that she needed me to come all the way out here? Hey, Van, this way. What the hell are you doing? I thought you were done with work. Why are you still in your Grimcat getup? Seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if there were rumors about some masked perv in the area already. If I could change, I would. It's just... I can't transform back. What? During the festival, Judith has managed to get a lead on a cadre of pickup artists that had been causing no end of grief to young women. Not wanting to miss her opportunity, she managed to steal a critical piece of evidence and deliver it to the police. However, upon finishing her work, she came to realize that the Grimcat transformation could only be partially undone. Partially undone? I don't like the sound of that. I mean, I know I know I'm a bit of a perv, but it's like, that sounds to me like it's like only the mask would remain, you know? Or like the mask and the boots or something. Well, at least we were able to get you a bathrobe to cover up a little, but it kind of just made you look even like an even bigger pervert. No, it doesn't, but thanks for helping out, I guess. Now I can finally relax a little. I just wish I knew how to change back. Man, this is going to be a real pain. Patrol cars have been keeping a pretty sharp eye on the area recently, so just having some creep like you in the car is a big risk. Well, excuse me for existing. Please, Van, you gotta help me out here. Here, we talked about this before, remember? We both turned into some strange-looking creatures, so we should have each other's backs. Well, I don't think my transformation is quite on par with yours, but don't worry, I'm not about to leave you high and dry. Hi. Like, even Wolf was just looking at this like, yeah, this is a bad thing. Wardrobe malfunctions are not a good idea. Yeah. Just so you're aware, though, I'm not exactly the premier scholar on the whole little magic changey thing. Unless you're willing to fill me in on some of the details, I doubt I'll be of much help. You have a point. But don't you know there are secrets a thief should never reveal? I'm assuming it's nothing like what happens with Mare and me. It doesn't really seem like Aaron's whole tyrant situation either. So if it's not a hollow and it's not some spirit reincarnation thing, then it's probably some kind of family heirloom deal, is that right? You know, I can't tell whether you're a genius or just a real pain in the neck. Well, whatever. No sense hiding it if you've already figured it out. So that's it, huh? Yes, this compact is what triggers my transformation. Grammy gave it to me when she thought I was ready to take on the responsibility. She told me about her family's duty as Grimcat back then. As long as this thing remains in our possession, Grimcat will always be there to save the day. Okay, so do you know how it actually works? If that device is what helps you transform, maybe it's just bugged out or something. Blue Wolf has another yawn attack. Hold on, you've been using this thing for how long and you don't even know how it works? Well, why would I need to? It's been fine up until now. Stuff like this never happened to Mom or Grammy. Fine, fine. I guess I'll just have to ask someone else for help. Our best bet might just be Grammy, then... Oh no, I'm not getting chewed out for this, I'm gonna get chewed out for this, aren't I? Sounds like you better get ready for a butt whooping. Oh, get real. He'd never... Well, actually, she just might. Damn it, I guess I should give her a call. Deciding to make their way to Montmartre, where the woman had been spotted earlier, they were informed that she had only recently stepped out. Oh, good grief. She wasn't in the hotel room, in her hotel room either. I only told you to pull off the highway because I thought she'd be here. You could tell the front desk staff thought we were fishy too. Man, this is turning into way more of a mess than I thought it'd be. Well, at least your grandma stands out in a crowd. There must be someone here who knows where she went. If it isn't Van, what are you doing over there? Hey, isn't that... Crap, of all people. Oh, hey, I thought you two were enjoying the festival. Mr. Gotti forgot his notebook in the hotel room, so we came back to pick it up. All those passionate youths, it was filling me to the brim with inspiration. Anyway, what are you doing at a hotel in the middle of the day? Having a secret rendezvous? Actually, why's that lady of yours wearing a mask? And what brightly colored hair? Why does it look so familiar? Shit! You really shouldn't pry into their private affairs, Mr. Gotti. Eddie, she might be one of Van's clients. That's right. I'm afraid my position prevents me from revealing my true identity, so as unseemly as it is, I had to disguise myself before requesting help. Yeah, unfortunately, she's really got no clue how the world works. Poor thing didn't realize she'd stand out so much dressing like that. Hey, watch your mouth, bub. I mean, it's the perfect cover. I see. Well, that's Van for you. You sure take all kinds under your wing, huh? But my, young lady, looks like you've got a pretty nice figure under that bathrobe. In fact, you're probably about the same size as Judith. What would you say to being in my next... There he goes again. We'd actually better get going, Mr. Gotti. Talk to you later, Van. Before I forget, you two haven't seen Dominique around lately, have you? I had a few things I wanted to run by her. Miss Lanster? Maybe you could try the Tryon Mall? I think I overheard something about her meeting there, having a meeting there today. Really? I mean, is that so? Thanks, Nina. Nina, see you back at the festival. Yeah, I think Nina saw through it. I'm almost 100% certain she saw through it. Phew, I got out of that one by the skin of my teeth. At least we got a lead, though. Yeah, thank the goddess for Nina. Anyway, let's head over to the Tryon Mall. Good. Make sure you keep at it, and don't forget to do an acoustics check. Understood? You're here. Oh, Grammy. Huh? So glad I found... Oh, crap. Nobody look at me. Good goddess. What in the hell were you thinking? Look, I'm sorry, Grammy. Really. Doesn't it sound like there's a problem with the device itself? You can fix it, right? I mean, surely Judith can't be stuck in like this forever. Don't even joke about that. There's no way that would happen. Right, Grammy? Well, we're certainly not going to get anywhere with you throwing a fit about it. Hand it over and I'll have it fixed in a jiffy. And in only a matter of moments, the issue was resolved. Revert. You did it. I'm normal again. Told you it'd all work out. You've really got to start learning how to handle these things yourself, Judith. Anyway, I've optimized the compact for you. There shouldn't be any issue with it for a while. Thanks, Graham. Which leads me to ask, when was the last time you did any maintenance on the thing? I told you to always make sure it stays in working condition. You should be checking on it every day. Honestly, Judith, the compact's a tool, not a toy. You should be treating it with the respect it deserves. She's this old and I still have to give her a butt whooping. Anything but that. Listen, I know I screwed up. I'll do better. Hard to believe the trigger for your transformation is just some little orbital device. I'm guessing it's the same one the first Grimcat used? That's right. I inherited it over 50 years ago. For more than half a century, it's been our family's great honor to not only safeguard the secret of Grimcat, but to use its power for good. Never had someone so reckless about the job as this one, though. Hey, I try to be careful. I just had to run a bad luck is all. Well, I'll admit that gung-ho attitude of yours is probably what led to you taking down so many evildoers. You got Chloe and I beat there, at least. But I imagine it's also what led to you attacking Mr. Arkwright and Tharbad. Isn't that right? How did you know about that? Now that I think about it, Agnes did say something about her Genesis reacting that night. That compact of theirs, I have a feeling it's all connected somehow. Sounds like this thing came to play right around the Orbital Revolution, too. Might be something to consider in the future. Anyway, I really appreciate all your help today, Van. You have my thanks as well. I'm sorry my granddaughter keeps causing you so much trouble. I certainly never planned on anyone else learning about our heirloom here, but I think the secret's safe in your hands. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty much what Van said right there. I mean, all I did was drive her around some, but I'm glad I could help. And don't worry about me spilling your secret. My lips are sealed. That's what I like to hear. Well, I suppose I'd better be off. Keep an eye on this one for me, Spriggan. Grammy. Sheesh, really starting to feel like one of the family. Well, it's not all that surprising. You've really done a lot for us. Whether I'm Judith the actress or Grimcat the phantom thief, I'm grateful you're always there to lend me a hand. Wow, that actually sounded pretty sincere. Are you sure you didn't catch a cold or something? Of course I didn't. Look, I get that it's a little unusual coming from me, but I've never really had the chance to thank you for everything, especially because you've given me the perfect chance to fulfill my duty as Grimcat. Seriously, thank you. Well, you're welcome. I'm sure you still have plenty of adventures to come, but we'll be right there to back you up when you need it. Yeah, us moonlighting do-gooders gotta stick together, right? I'm excited to see what the future holds. I guess we ought to get... Grammy? I realized I forgot something. I can't just let you off the hook for your negligence after all. I think a few wallops will set you right on the right track, don't you think? In fact, maybe I'll even call up Chloe to get a few hits in. Cut me some slack, Grammy. Why didn't you just say something about backing... Didn't you just say something about backing me up, Van? Sorry, but you're on your own for this one. Here's hoping it's a valuable learning experience. How can you leave me like this, you cold-hearted brutes? I mean, I think Van agrees with me on the whole original Grimcat do not fuck with.
You know, it just hit me that we have a lot in common. Wait, don't take that the wrong way. I just mean it's uncanny that we both have these secret sides to ourselves. We're like confidants or something.
Oh, shoot. I should have... I think I skipped over that. Hang on. Ah, no! That's the wrong one. Hang on. Wrong one. It's this one I want. That one was just from before. I don't know if it ended, so I'm gonna double check that. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna skip over I'm gonna redo the Aaron event and skip over it.
Blood isn't everything, but I guess my connection to him is still important. Guess I have you to thank for... No, forget it!
We'll know in a second.
You know, it just hit me that we have a lot in common. Wait, don't take that the wrong way. I just mean it's uncanny that we both have these secret sides to ourselves. We're like confidants or something.
Oh, it did end. Okay. Never mind. Alright. Well, that's 2 of them down. Alright, next up... Let's go ahead and do... Warrior's Rite of Passage. That will be the next one. Long story short, I'm concerned for you. You sure you can handle whatever job it is the Kruger are sending you on? Sorry to worry you so much, Van. Save Ren's for last? I was gonna do Elaine's last, but okay. Hey, we'll do Elaine's second to last then. I was actually waffling on whether or not to tell you, but I guess this kind of makes the choice for me. Here, this is my assignment. Don't think I recognize him. His name is Davin, a bad actor known for being a criminal consultant. He helps crooks draft out schemes in exchange for Mira, leaving no trails in the process. Sounds pretty similar to the Oathbreaker's shady practices. Yeah, I think this guy is way lower on the food chain than him, though. A few weeks ago, he fed information to the Kruger and made a request of them. The task was to subdue a twisted group of brokers from the west half of Zemuria who kidnapped and trafficked war orphans. No self-respecting warrior could ignore info like that, assuming it was true anyway. I get your meaning. It was all just a ruse, huh? When Abi arrived with his men and scoped out the area, the targets were the complete opposite of what they expected. It was actually a group of NGO personnel providing support and shelter to war orphans. Around the same time, they learned that Davin's real goal was to make a business of training and selling off child soldiers. So he wanted to manipulate your tribe into getting rid of an organization that was posing a threat to his enterprise. Gutsy move. Takes a real pair of brass ones to try and screw with the Kruger of all corps. My people strictly prohibit the killing of unarmed civilians, even in combat zones. Abusing our pride as warriors and pitting us against our vows is a deed worth 1,000 deaths. They left the responsibility of sorting out the issue on my shoulders. Sorting out, huh? That's one way to spin it. Let me guess. Does this have something to do with you coming of age on your last birthday? Oh, you knew about that? Yeah, we Kruger are treated as adults from 14 onward. I looked into some of your people's traditions while training under your brother, so I also know that all adult warriors have to go through a rite of passage. They do. That's probably what this mission is supposed to be. I guess it's finally time for me to grab the knife you held in my place. He's way back when. Ferda. You really don't need to worry. Hobby gave me all the intel I need on the target. I wouldn't want to keep you from enjoying the festival. Little too late for that. This doesn't have any of the same overtones as what happened with Ida, but I is the one who took the liberty of stepping in back then, so you can't say it's got nothing to do with me. Plus, as your boss at Arkwright Solutions and Curtain Guardian, I've got a responsibility to your dad and Ada to look out for you. So I'm taking it upon myself to see you through this, whether you like it or not. It wouldn't sit right with me otherwise. Van. Okay then, things will go smoother with your help anyway. Let's go, Van. I've got a duty as a warrior to fulfill. For Van's connections, they managed to determine his location, blah 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 blah. Shit! Why won't any of my flunkies pick up? Did the other bases already get wiped out? Took almost no time at all for the lid to get blown off of our entire operation. Maybe the crew got finally shifted into high gear? No, this can't be anything bigger than a recon squad. Fine, by me. I'll pick them off and then I'll make a break for it before their main unit arrives. Ugh, dead end. Still, it'd be far enough to give me some breathing room. Ron, this is the end of the line. Dalvin, the criminal consultant, I knew you'd come here to lay low. Who the hell are you? Wait, those clothes. You're telling me my subordinates let our bases get obliterated by a little girl? Oh, but not just any girl. That's right, I'm a Kruger warrior. Here, and you're out of escape routes. Better make your peace. Hold your horses, little lady. I wasn't thinking straight. It was never my intention to soil your people's honor, I swear, so please, oh please. Die already and leave me be. Yeah, no. Huh? Made it with time to spare. Nice one, Ferda. Your read on this being a sniper nest was spot on. Thanks, Van. I owe you one. Sweet mother of Adios! Stop! Listen, little lady, I have a sick mother back home, so have a heart and let me go, will ya? Just don't kill me, I'm begging ya. The flames of judgment will cleanse the souls of the wicked. That is the law passed down through our tribe. I'm still alive? Ending your life here would be letting you off easy. Your criminal consultations have probably built up a seedy network spreading in every direction. I can't say I've truly fulfilled my duty as a warrior until it's all been burnt to the cinders. That makes you more valuable as fuel for the fire. If we throw you in the right place, your flames will smoke out the others crawling around in the dark. No, you aren't thinking of handing me in to the CID, are you? Let's not be hasty. At least give me to the guild or the police. If I expose my connections, I'll be a dead man walking. By ratting out your friends and colleagues, you'll earn their spite and lose your place in the underworld forever. But that's a fate you brought on yourself. You and the countless evils you've committed. There's no getting away. Your only hope is to pray. Pray to the flames and Arusha for forgiveness. Phew, and that's a wrap. He contacted Kayla and turned Davin over to the CID. Because, seriously, screw this guy. Not once did I think anyone would make a clean sweep of bringing this criminal consultant to justice. You may be young for a Kruger, but actually, why don't I say you did an amazing job and leave it at that? Good idea, Kayla. Just following orders is all. Can we count on you to handle the rest? You certainly can. We'll milk his connections for every last drop up of intel they're worth. It's all over. I never should have gotten mixed up with the Kruger. Even if I didn't catch you, someone else would have sooner or later. Own up to your sins and atone like you mean it. In the words of Kruger, might turn a blind eye to you. I know that stuff about your Yumi being sick was probably a lie. But take care of her, okay? Once you make amends and return home, I mean. Huh? You saw through that story about my mother? Then why bother showing me any mercy at all? It doesn't make any damn sense. No, it makes actual perfect sense because she's trying to destroy the entirety of your network, not just one facet. Oh, she could kill you and be done with it, and nobody would bat an eye. You're a scam artist, of course. Of course, your death would be a literal benefit. But that wouldn't bring her satisfaction. Now, what's funny is that if she never joined Arkwright Solutions, yeah, he'd be a dead man. Like he'd be a corpse right now, straight up. But she's grown with Arkwright Solutions, ergo, yeah. So yeah, this one makes perfect sense. I'm gonna AFK for a bio break. I will be right back. let's continue. Always full of surprises, ain't you? You pulled that off with flying colors. That'll teach me to doubt your abilities. I'm glad you found a path that worked for you. One where being a warrior ain't just about raining judgment down. It wouldn't have happened without your help gathering intel. Hell, ever since I was little, I was taught that being a warrior meant purging evil where it stood. I never questioned that. But then last year, after everything that happened with Ida, and me coming to Arkwright Solutions, I overcame a lot of difficult challenges. I had to face up to the possibility of another me who never had that, and I wondered if I was betraying my duty. But the more I thought it over, the more I realized that there's more than just one answer. And I wanted to prove it somehow. This rite of passage gave me a chance to show that I was able to find my own answer. I don't know what Abi and Kazum will think about it once they hear the details, though. Hey, when it comes down to it, you still stuck to your tribe's code, right? Doubt anyone will give you a hard time over that. One thing's for sure, though, you've come a long way since you first started working for me. Good job, Farida, I mean it. Man, all the time I spent with you and the rest of the team really paid off. I can't thank you enough for that. By the way, I hate to put you out even further, but can I make one more selfish request? Depends what's on your mind. Whenever a warrior completes their rite of passage, they go through what is called the adornment ceremony. Traditionally, a trusted family member or friend is supposed to help put it on. I was originally going to ask Ida, but I've heard about this. It's a sacred, once-in-a-lifetime ritual. But I'm not even a Jaeger, let alone a warrior. You sure it's okay for me to take part? Sure, I'm sure, Van. I'd really like if you could see me off on my journey into adulthood. Well, I can't say no to that. It's a big responsibility, but I'll try to do it justice. Farideh al-Fayed, thou child of flames, may thee walk with pride upon thy path till thy embers burn their last. On the honor of my people, Arusha's chosen, do I make this vow. It's a little tickly. How do I look? Looks like you were born to wear it. Gotta admit, though, I'm a little scared your dad's gonna want a word with me when he finds out I helped you come of age. Huh? Why would Abi care? No reason. That's a topic for when you're further down the road. If you say so, I already know I have a lot of ground to cover. So in the meantime, I'm gonna learn what I can, and by sticking with you. I promise to give it all I've got for everyone who's helped me grow as a person. Of course, we're glad to have you, Farida. Received Fairy's hair ornament.
I still have a lot to figure out, but right now, I'm proud of where I am. And until I've decided what path to follow, I'm gonna stay right by your side, Van. I want to learn as much as I can from you.
Very nice. Whoops. Next up, we'll go with Shizuna. Okay, the meeting place is just past here. Got no clue what to expect from this. Hey, what's up, Van? You actually showed. Why do you sound so surprised? I ain't the type to accept an invite and then not be a no-show. So you seemed a little spaced out there for a minute. Something on your mind? Oh, not really. I was just watching you do your thing. Seeing your form with that sword against all those white petals is pretty mesmerizing, I'll admit. Whoa, it's not often I get a compliment from you, of all people. I just call him like I see him. Anyway. Hey, those are called lino flowers, right? I hear they bloom in the Empire, too. Welcome back, Rexor. I am going to take your advice and do Ren's last. I was going to do Elaine's last, but we're going to save hers for second to last. Fairies was good. Good. I will admit it. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. Since Aaron's was the shining definition of a wash, I really do think I should give Fairies a positive. I gave Swin and Naughty as a positive, for God's sakes. There we go. Yep, they're indigenous to the east, but they were taken abroad back in the Middle Ages. I heard there were some growing around here, so I decided to stop by. Seeing them in full bloom is a sight you don't want to miss. You ain't wrong there. This sure is a sight for sore eyes. Definitely isn't a bad place to kick back and pop open some cold ones. That's actually what's often done at flower viewing parties in the East. It's easy to get swept up in the atmosphere with all this nature around. So, want to fight? No. What? Boo. So, want to fight to the death? Let me think. No! Damn it. I freaking knew this was the reason you called me out here. Why do you want to fight me so bad anyway? Hey, what makes you think I'm a match against the Divine Blade? Oh, I don't think that at all. You'd be lucky to last 5 seconds against me as you are now. But as that dark blue Grendel, now that's another story entirely. Okay, I think I see what's going on. Our fight against the Crimson Grendel must have lit a fire in you, am I wrong? Nope, you hit the nail on the head. From the moment I laid eyes on it, I was itching to pull out my sword and go to town. And just when I thought my chance had arrived, boom, gone in a flash. I can't contain myself any longer. Guess that means running for the hills is off the table. Not like I could let you go back to Aramis in that state anyway. I'm glad you're so quick to understand. Now let's hurry up and get started. Sorry, but that ain't an option either. I can't go Grendel when my hollow mare isn't around. And she's been sleeping like a baby ever since the Genesis stopped functioning. Oh, well that sucks. What am I supposed to do now? I'm completely overstimulated. I don't have an opponent who can bear the brunt of my attacks. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's like, if nothing else, these ones should be fully voiced. Because these are major character moments, you know? Don't hit the panic button just yet. I have an idea. Just need a quick change of venue. Garten. The Marhan Garten? Ah, a battlefield with Lino flowers and a full moon. I couldn't ask for a more perfect backdrop for a duel. The program must have used the area we were in, and along with your fighting spirit as data. Anyhow, I think this should work. A digital version. Ooh. Keep in mind, I think this is just a digital recreation. I've been through the transformation enough times now that I can tell the difference. We only just freed this place from the Garden Master, so this is kind of like exploiting a bug while things are still destabilized. I don't care about any of that. All that matters now is I get to have my fun. Fair warning, I can also get pretty damn fired up when I'm in this form. I won't be able to pump the brakes now that the engine's going. You've poked the bear, so get ready for the beatdown. Oh no, I'm more than ready for that. Bring it on. Okay, I know that all wasn't supposed to sound sexual, but ugh. Taking the initiative was definitely the right call, but I think you were just a little too hasty. You need to give yourself enough room to predict how your opponent might counterattack. Shit, even with all the overpowered freaks I've fought with the Grendel up until now, she has them all beat. The power of the Divine Blade is freaking unreal. Ugh. Ugh. And now you're letting your mind wander too much. A moment is all I need to break through your defenses. Erase all thoughts of this fleeting mortal coil and focus only on the battle before you. Concentrate on me. Concentrate on yourself. You're not helping my previous comment, Shizuna. Because in this world, none exists except us. That could so be turned into romantic banter. That could so be seen as romantic banter easily. And you're just adding to it, Maxar. I can't keep up with her. It's taking all I have just to fend her off. What's the matter, Van? I've seen you fight opponents with more tenacity than this. I mean, granted, there is. It's probably a freaking metaphor for sex at this point. It's like, geez, that's more like it. His speed and power were extraordinary. Looks like he's finally unleashing his inner beast. A beast worthy of the name Devourer of Nightmares. However, it's going to take more than a mere beast to satiate me. Can't keep up with her, or when I'm relying on my wits, and I play right into her hands when I act on instinct. Is there really nothing I can do? Wait, I got it! I am both the nightmare and the beast that devours it. What's this? I think some part of me was still trying to hold back, but now I'm ready to come at you with everything I have. A literal Super Saiyan transformation for the Grendel? Well, there it is. That's what I was after. The ultimate form hidden inside you. I suppose I had better respond in kind then. Spirit unification. Ah! That looks even more powerful than when we saw it in Lonlai. Hey, you've been toying with me this whole time. Well, whatever. I won't let that stop me. What say we fight to the bitter end, Grendel? You're on, Divine Blade of Silver. System error. System error. Data overload from unknown source has been detected. System processing capacity exceeded. Initiating reboot to restore operating protocols. All users will now be disconnected. What? No, not now. The Marin Garten eagerly awaits your next visit. The Garten, the Garten unfortunately couldn't handle it. Back to reality. We were so close. Just when I'd finally found new heights to reach. Wanna go again? Nope. Figured. I'm not really in the mood anyway. Shame we couldn't finish our duel, but I guess I'm satisfied for now. Oh my god! God damn my dirty mind! I can't remember the last time I got to use Akeki Garasu to its full potential. Okay, that would be interesting. That would honestly be interesting. Hey, what's that? Is that the name of your sword or something? Uh-huh. It goes by other names too, but I'm not really supposed to go into that. This sheath is made from the weapons of many hardened fighters. I bet I could have spruced it up nicely had I gotten my hands on the Grendel's armor. Probably would have been hard given that it's made of shards, but heck, knowing you, I'm sure you'd figure out a way to do it. Anyway, I had a lot of fun. Thanks a bunch, Van. Sheesh, you really are something else. Well, I'm not exactly what you'd call a devoted martial artist, but I definitely feel like I caught a glimpse of something new. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to do this again at some point. Really? Then let's go another... Not now. I said at some point. Excellent work, Princess. Excellent work, Princess. Same to you, Arkride. Oh, where'd you come from? Hey there. Looks like you got everything ready for us. Yes, indeed. I just finished setting the table. Enjoy. Karagane. Good old Karagane. Well, since we're here already, why don't we have a few drinks while we take in the view? God. Complete with post-coitus meal. It's like, really? Holy crap, this is delicious. Did that Karagane guy make all this? He sure did. Isn't he great? He likes to cook when he isn't brushing up on his ninja skills. Although, cooking might actually be part of his ninjutsu training. After all, poisoning food is a tried and true means of assassination. And now I've lost my appetite. Anyway, I don't hear you talk about ninja stuff all that much, which strikes me as weird considering you're from Ikaruga. This may surprise you to hear, but despite me being Ikaruga's second in command and despite learning the Black God who had one blade style from my master, I'm not actually a shinobi myself. I've played around with some of the practitioners of the Rogetsu school, but that's about it. I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. Is that master of yours the one they call the Sword Hermit? That's right, and he just so happens to be an old friend of your master's. He was Ikaruga's former chieftain, the Sword Hermit Yun Kafai. Yeah. In the West, he's better known as the founder of the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade School. Is that right? So does that mean the Black God style is similar to the 8 Leaves? They're similar in some ways, but not so much in others. The Dark Blade style of the Black God school has 1,000 years of history behind it. 8 Leaves, 1 Blade is more of a modified light blade style that Master himself created using the Black God as a basis. Both aim to guide their practitioners along the path to enlightenment, but the roads we take and the means we use couldn't be more different. Since I trained under the master himself, I have a pretty good understanding of how the two styles differ. Huh, didn't realize there was so much to it. Now, let me ask a question of my own. Are you planning to stick with the Kunlun school until you master it? Or will you continue to pursue that hollow style of yours? To be honest, I'm not too interested in doing either. I've taken what I learned from them and incorporated it all into my own style. Might have taken a roundabout path, but it's worked for me so far. That's a very you answer. Yeah, honestly, I've always been fascinated by like all of the different martial arts lores that we have gotten. It's very interesting, to be honest with you. Because what's funny is we were first introduced to Gekka, or no, not Gekka, Taito. Sorry, Taito. We got introduced to Taito first. That was thanks to Jin, and then 8 Leaves, 1 Blade. Aid courtesy of Annalise and Cassius. Yes. Then I think the Gekka style was brought up in the Crossbell arc. Yeah, Richard as well. He was 8 Leaves as well. Yeah, you're right. So Annalise, Cassius, and Richard, all 8 Leaves. Then I'm pretty sure Crossbell had Gekka. Mentioned Gekka because I'm pretty sure they mentioned some practitioners in Hayway during that. Then there was some. Then there were some ones that were brought up in the Cold Steels, but I don't remember the names of them too much. I mean, obviously, outside of like the different schools and stuff, because there's the the Blade School. There's the Vander School. That was it. Yep. Then there's the 100 Form Combat. That was the one mentioned to be mastered by Osborne. And then we got introduced to Kunlun when we got to the Calvert arc. And of course, the Black God style, which is the offshoot of that. Jessica style, yeah. Yeah. That said, the road you're walking is a thorny one. Instead of following any one school of discipline to the end, you're aiming for variety. You're basically scooping up little bits from all over. And while the variety is the spice of life, there are limitations to overcome when trying to approach things from a gray perspective. Yeah, that was in. At the Shilden. At the Schleden. I'm bad at pronunciations. That's school. The path you're taking may turn out to be more than you can bear. Well, I can cross that bridge when I get there. Till then, I'm gonna stick to my way of doing things. And that involves helping people through 4 SPGs, like the one you just put out. If the conditions are right, I'm just out there and I'll just get out there and do it. I see. That's just the kind of person you are, huh? You're an interesting man, Van. One of these days, I'd like to introduce you to the matron of our chieftain. You'd have to reach the eastern end of the continent, though. No one outside of the Black God and 8 Leaves schools have done that. But there's a first for everything. You might be able to pull it off, assuming you can get a handle on that Grendel form of yours. Whoops. Why am I getting bad vibes from this? Don't worry your spiky little head. You know, I'm never bored when I'm around you. I'm always having all sorts of new experiences, like when we nearly attained new heights a bit ago. I hope you and I can continue being good friends. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Better friends than adversaries. Who said anything about not being adversaries, too? You know, just because you can read my mind doesn't mean you should. Can she turn that off? Is the question, because that might actually be a thing where it's like you can't just turn it off. Kind of similar to where how you can't really turn off your sense of hearing, your sense of touch, right? Or your sense of taste, really. The only one we can really turn off in any sense of the word is sense of sight, because we can just close our eyes and there we go. Our sense of sight is turned off.
We were almost there. Well, there's always next time, I suppose. You're now on the hook for showing me what lies beyond someday. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of each other in the future.
All right. Actually,
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game. To any daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for
I don't want to.
Give it a try.
I don't want there to be another freaking page to this. So, all right. Okay, so we want to save that one for last. Physical notes. I basically want to cap off my notes on the one page, because I know if I go over to the next page, it's gonna be like 4 or 5 lines and that's it. So for all of the final the final bonding event notes, I want to put them. I'm trying to lump them together effectively. Which probably is going to, which I really should have done with the Catra note, now that I'm thinking about it, but oh well, too late now. It's basically just a personal thing, so not anything to really get up in arms about it. We'll see. Like, we'll see. Obviously, if I have more to write, I'll just I'll just forego it. I'll just scratch out the 2 notes I just placed, haste and just place them on the next page. Not a big deal. Think next up is gonna be Yume's. So let's do it. Alright, let's get this done and dusted. Van, where are you going? Oh, hey there, Yumes. Just running a few errands is all. I won't be long, so you hang back and enjoy the festival, okay? Oh, let me guess, my bicycle finally came? Spot on. Your Gramps just gave me the call. I was about to go pick it up and deliver it to Montmartre. Now you have something to look forward to when you get home. I want to go too. I knew she'd say that. So much for being a quick and dirty solo job. Fine, fine. I know you've been counting down the minutes for this. What do you say you pit our wheels against each other and see which one is better? Okay, I know what he's going to do with that, but like, really? Really, Van? Come on, man. And definitely mine. Yours is number 2. I hear ya. Come on, let's get going. Whoa, this is my new bike? Sure is. Looks pretty neat. Your mom's got good taste. But as much as I hate to break it to you, my ride still wins in the coolness department. Silly old van. Mine's way cuter. I love that. Yeah, as long as she likes it, that's what matters. Ready for me to load it into the truck? Yeah, if you don't mind, we're going to be hauling this thing straight back to Old Town. Aw, ready? Don't tell me, you're itching to ride it now? Everyone's waiting for you at the academy, kiddo. Don't you think we ought to hurry back? Well, I do want to play with Maxim some more. But I also want to try it out a teensy bit. I figured as much. How to handle this? The safest way would be to take her over to the memorial park. But her Gramps was keen on showing her the ropes. I'd hate to cut it in on that. It's okay, Van. Sorry for being bratty about it. I'll just have to wait until the next time someone's free after the festivals are over. Say no more, Yume. Let's head over to the memorial park and take it for a spin. You really mean it? The old man will flay my hide anyway if I bring her back to Montmartre all down in the mouth. Just promise me that you'll only give it a test run, deal? Yay, I promise. I'll go ahead and load it into the pickup then. Hey, I finally get to ride my own bike. I'll be here to hold you upright, so just focus on pushing the pedals. Keep the handlebars straight, okay? Hey, just take it nice and slow and you'll be fine. Okie dokie. Van, are you still there? Yep, you're doing great, kiddo. Want me to let go for a bit? Yeah, do it. Hey, it's all wobbly. That's the way. Just keep going, just like... Uh-oh. Oh, jeez, I fell off. You alright? Sorry, I should have known it was too early to turn you loose. No, it's okay. I almost got the hang of it. I'm gonna try again. Watch me, okay, Van? Hey, well, shoot. No stopping her now. If I bring her back all scuffed up, tonight's bistro special will be my head on a platter. Maybe I should give the champ a call and have him and Paulette pick her up. Oof. Whoops. Ow. I can do this. You okay? Yeah, no biggie. The bike's not gonna beat me. Listen, Yumes, why don't we stop here for now? Oh, you got your knees covered in scrapes and your clothes are covered in dirt. We wouldn't want to get your mom and Gramps all worked up. No dice, huh? You're a tough cookie, Yumes. Most kids your age would have burst out in tears by now. You're allowed to cry if you need to, you know? Nope, I'm not gonna. I have to be tough and hold it in, like you, Van. Like me. You smiled for me, even when it hurt. It was a long time ago, but I still remember. Huh? Oh. Around 3 years prior. Damn it all! There was a quest I took on back when I just climbed out of the rookie stages of my career. I grew too comfortable with my work. As a result, I slipped up, and my client got seriously injured. Any trust we'd built up was shattered, and they made their well-deserved spite made for me loud and clear. We just barely grazed by worst case scenario. My client's lucky to still be alive. Those guys were good. We were cornered, and in the heat of the moment, I made the wrong call. Bah, who are you trying to fool? Quit making excuses for yourself. You got sloppy. You thought, this'll be a cinch, and you let your ego take the wheel. The hell am I even doing? What am I doing this for? Bun? Humes? What's wrong, Bun? It's nothing. That's right. There's no sense moping. Setbacks like this could happen again any number of times down the road. Remember why you decided to do this in the first place. As long as you never forget, everything will work out. Huh? Hey now, why the long face? You want upsies? You looked like you were hurting way more than I was now, but instead of crying, you picked me up like always. So whenever I feel myself getting sniffly, I try to be strong the way you would, because that's what family does for each other. Okay, this time I'm gonna stay on for sure. Keep watching, Van. Don't worry, kiddo, I will. Hard to believe her memory goes that far back. At the time, I was busting my ass like a man possessed and faking a brave front out of pride. Little did I know there was someone watching out for me all the while. Family, huh? Van, look! Am I doing it right? I think I am. Yeah, you got it down pat, Humes. Wow, Yume, that's amazing. Oh, you actually came. Of course we did. If we'd let you steal this moment away, as if we'd let you steal this moment away from us. I mean, Maxim, look at me go. I couldn't be prouder, sweetie. It was so nice of Van to teach you. Just make sure to keep your eyes forward. Almost makes you wonder if driving skills are inherited. Don't get too full of yourself there, Buster. You sure? You're such a kidder, Dad. I mean, Victor. Who's getting full of themselves? Not me. No, sir. Oh, dear. We've still got a long road ahead of us. Yeah. I don't know, Victor. I get being stubborn about this. I do. I really do. Ew. Maxim's got at least another few years before you will even start considering him your son-in-law. I get that. Even remotely considering him your son-in-law, I mean. I'm not actually upset about that, by the way. That actually makes perfect sense. Grandpa, I can ride a bike now. Did you see me? I certainly did, sweetheart. You give your granddad a real run for his money. I learned it all from Van. Oh, hear me out for a sec. She's still gonna need to practice on city roads, right? You can have exclusive tips on that. You traitorous, troublemaking tenant! I wanted to teach her from square one! You're gonna pay for those scraped knees and dirty clothes to the tune of 50 times your rent! No good deed goes unpunished. Wait, 50 times? That's credible! Settle down, Dad, though it's true that he's been monopolizing her a bit. Next time, we can make it a family outing, right, Van? What can I say? You all got me outnumbered on this one. Thank you, Paulette, for being reasonable.
Thanks for always playing with me, Van. If you're ever feeling sad because of work, just let me know, and I'll give you a nice pat on the head. Then you'll feel all better.
I see Yume learns at the Reen School of Head Pats. Yume's charm. I'll put it up here.
A card battle tournament is being held in a classroom in the left wing on the first floor. Do you have what it takes to oust our resident game master? Then I invite you to come by and try your luck.
He really is. Let's just be real about that. Like, I mentioned back in Daybreak 1, and I mentioned how Van kind of felt like a part of the family, Emily, but it was just kind of nebulous as to, where he fit in that. I like to think of him as effectively the older brother to Yume kind of thing.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival. This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Aramis, the founder of our academy, firmly believed in. Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy. Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival. This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Aramis, the founder of our academy, firmly believed in. Our entire student body has put their...
Shut up already. One thing I do like when it comes to these kinds of events is showing a character's growth. That's why Fairy's Connection event is a positive. That's why, why Aaron's one was so frustrating, right? And also kind of why Kincaid's was was just a wash. Oh, wait, did I give... I didn't. Oh, what am I thinking? But yeah, the whole reason that one is a triple positive is because it is such a good... it shows how far Van has come. And since I like Van as a character, that is excellent. I like that. So, yeah. Also, I forgot to give Shizuna his final bonding event there. It's positive as well. But yeah, that was a great scene. That was such a great scene. That was beautiful. Well done. All right. As much as I hate the... Is that actually the last of them? Hang on. Okay, so we're saving Ren for last. We did Kincaid's. We're doing Elaine's soon. We did Swin and Nadia. We did Catra. We did Rosette. Yeah, it's Agnes. It's literally just Agnes, Elaine, and Ren left. Two for... you know what? Yeah, I can easily be talked into two. It wasn't a hard line. I'm not above giving more positives for that. Are we at 6 there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yes, we are. Yeah, this is definitely leaning towards a. I really like this, but I don't really have any desire to go back. It's still really good. I still say this is really good. You know. But this honestly might be a game I replay with. Well, skipping all the subtitles, skipping all the scenes, I should say. Anyways, Agnes is next. Oh. Then, Agnes, a pleasure to see you again. Good day, Professor Hamilton. Yeah, outside of other than the good scenes, yeah. And there's plenty of good scenes. It's actually one of the reasons why this has been so frustrating, you know? It kind of feels similar to Cold Steel 4 in that regard. I don't really have any desire to replay Cold Steel 4, and yet I can't say it's a bad game, because it is actually a really good game. It's just the weaker Trails game. No, we know what a bad game looks like from me. Hey, we learned that several times over in in the frickin' Final Fantasy marathon. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I won't ever replay it. Like, there's specific games where, oh, even if they're supposedly important, I'll never replay them. Final Fantasy 13-1, Final Fantasy 4 After Years. I know those are technically not, not necessary. But if I ever, like, go back through the Final Fantasies again, I'm never going to play Final Fantasy 10 again. And I'm not going to play frickin' Final Fantasy 2 or 3 again. Well, I might play 2 again, but that's beside the point. Just because I actually do like playing that one with cheats. But yeah, there's no Trails game that I outright I'm like on, right? And yes, I know the outlier. Here, we'll get to that audit someday, I swear. Hell, you know what? I'm gonna commit to it. Once we have a solid release date for Sky 1's remake, we're auditing the Sky trilogy, either before or after the Sky 1 remake. I'll probably put a poll up on Discord. Poll up on Discord for when we're gonna do it. And we'll just frickin' do it. We'll just start auditing the goddamn Trails series already. So I can stop fucking talking about it. I guess I could just do Cold Steel 1 and audit Cold Steel 1 and 2 and just get that over with too. Yeah. Yeah, fall. We know it's in the fall, but again, that's questionable at best. The release date is questionable at best. At some point we're gonna audit the Sky trilogy because yeah. Of course, I want to try and get to the frickin' Star Ocean Marathon and try and get through it before then. 6 games, what could possibly go wrong? Well, except for the entire funded list. God. Anyways. Good day, Professor Hamilton. Yeah, it's been, 2.5 weeks now? I apologize for calling you over here. What with the school festival help keeping you occupied? Yeah, it's list. I could make games a thing for that. Yeah, the blue or the locked in ones, and then the rest are... Oh, I forgot to... I need to update that, actually. Hang on. Oops. Yeah, I just looked at it myself. I was like, wait a minute. Hang on. Yes, I do need to update that. Okay, hang on. Is it just Yeast 10? Control is not done yet. Alan Wake, Monster Hunter Stories 2, Deal Field. Yep, okay. That means I need to do this. Give me a second. Whoop. Boop. Boop. We are going to do Yeast 10 at the end of it, so after Deal Field Chronicles. There. Okay, there we go. I updated the list. I forgot all about that. But there it is. I'm gonna have to be a much bigger stickler for that. Anywho. But I felt it was important that I return this to you, Agnes. So, without further ado, here you are. Thank you, Professor. You're pretty much done all the probing you can so far on why the Genesis stopped working, right? Any developments we should know about? No, sadly. Not even after using all of my connections at the Institute to run through every instrument at our disposal. I failed to glean any new facts, let alone the root cause of the inexplicable phenomenon we've observed so far. Nevertheless, I'm of a mind to continue the investigation. Sorry to put you through so much trouble, but we'd really appreciate it if you could. There are still so many things that we have yet to understand, but we need to do so in order to prepare for what lies ahead. I can see much of your forebears in you. No. Clearly, Professor Epstein's spirit lives on, as does Lilia's. Lilia? That's Agnes's grandma, right? Yes, though I never got the chance to meet her myself. According to my great-grandfather's notes, she used to go to and from the laboratory all the time. Indeed, I believe Lilia was around 10 years old back then. She was strong of heart, smart as a whip, and compassionate to boot. Oftentimes she would make tea for her father and us disciples. On occasion, her spontaneous comments would even lead her to breakthroughs in our research. The girl certainly did wonders for our motivation. Sounds a lot like Hume's is for us. You may be right there. Thank you for sharing, Professor. This is a joy to hear. My grandmother had already passed away when I was born, you see. I never knew her all that well. Though my mother told me she was a kind and dauntless woman who raised her single-handedly. I see. That description fits Lilia to a T. All in all, however, neither I nor the other disciples can tell you very much about her. That's due in particular to the way she vanished right after the professor's death, leaving only a note behind. For real? I heard a bit about this, as half of my grandmother's life is completely unaccounted for. At the time, the guild was still in its infancy. When they failed to find her, the search was called off. So imagine my shock when I first met you, her granddaughter in Basel. In any case, you already know Catra is like family to me, so don't ever feel as though you have to be a stranger, dear. That goes for you as well, Van. Even if it has nothing to do with the Genesis, you're welcome to reach out in times of need. Appreciate it. Might even happen sooner than we think. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you too, Professor. Also, we'd love to have you at this year's school festival if you'd be willing. It's shaping up to be a spectacular event thanks in part to Catra's contribution. Yes, Esmerie has been telling me all about it. I'll try to make time for a visit. Yep. Well, we picked up the Genesis. Ready to head back to the Academy? About that. It's not as if we're in a hurry. Do you suppose we could stick around for just a while longer? To tell you the truth, I'd actually been wanting to come here with you at some point. Oh yeah? Now that you bring it up, I guess this is the first time we've been up here together. It was pretty packed back at the festival anyway, so we could use some time away from the crowds. No harm in hanging back and taking a look around. Great, thanks, Van. So, Van and Agnes enjoyed a leisurely stroll around the observation deck. They decided to take in the city sights. It's from one of the telescopes. Let's see, if I turn it over in this direction... Aha! Old Town spotted. I'm pointed right at the office in Montmartre. Seriously? You got sites for sale around, and that's the first place you pick? Well, it's important to me. I always look there whenever I do this. Even on my days off from work, I worry about whether you're eating a balanced diet or not. What are you, my nosy sister-in-law? Good luck keeping a food diary on me from way up here. Sister-in-law. No, Van. And she wants to be a part of your polycule. Although, oh yeah, no. I mean, okay, to be fair, that wouldn't be as weird, but it would still be like, it would feel wrong, you know? I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who thinks that. And that is fair, but yeah. Anyways. Let's look over there next. The Central Marsh is as lively as ever today. No matter how much they modernize the rest of the city, this slice of it never seems to change. You're a long-time customer or something? Thought your house was over in the 10th district. Well, really, my mother would only take me shopping there every so often when I was little, but there were other occasions, such as birthdays, holidays, or the rare times when my father made space in his busy schedule to come home early. The two of us would poke our heads into one stall after another, deliberating over what to eat. We used to have so much fun back then. Warms your heart to think about it. There's Dirk Memorial Park. My father used to drive me here as a child so we could take Alphonse for a walk. Oh, your pet dog. I met him at the end of the last year when I dropped you off that one time, right? Second I petted the guy, he started clinging and roughhousing like no tomorrow. Oh, almost thought I'd never make myself free. He's usually so quiet around anyone outside of our family, too. I guess he took special liking to you. Oh, you're free to stop by and keep him company if you'd like. What, and just stroll right into the president's house? I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. And there's Artemis Academy over in the Arbor District. If the festival's this busy on the first day, we're going to be swamped all the way to the last. Oh, I'll make it through somehow. What's up? Don't laugh, but I was just thinking, wow, I'm actually a student here. Even now, it still hits me. I suppose it's because this is where my mother and father first met. Huh, that's news to me. The story goes that my grandmother was working the student store at the time. Being a single parent, she got permission to bring her daughter, Sophie, my mother, to work with her. My father had only just enrolled at the academy when they first got acquainted. From there, he wound up becoming a family friend of sorts. Almost sounds like it was fated to be, though I'm guessing there was a bit of an age gap there, huh? Yes, 8 years to be exact. It wasn't long after they met because they met that they became almost like siblings. But as they grew alongside one another, their shared feelings slowly bloomed into love. Then, one day, they came here to the observation deck where my father finally proposed to her. Whew, that's so. Almost poetic, considering that your great-granddad was the one who designed this tower to begin with. I guess that must make it pretty special to you. Yes, in a way it symbolizes the bond between the two sides of my family, the Claudels and the Gramharts. Shortly after I came along, my father's political career took off. He became busy while I began feeling lonely, so my parents made an effort to clear out their schedules and bring me to Tryon Tower. My mother talked about all sorts of things while we were here. She told me about life with my grandmother, about the way she met my father, about how the three of them would often visit the tower, about the irreplaceable moments she and my father created together, about the guilt he felt over missing my birth due to his military duties, about how overjoyed he was when he first held me in his arms, about how elated she was when he finally proposed, and all the while my father would have a faint, uncharacteristic blush on his face. Admittedly, a lot of things she said were too difficult for me to understand at that age, but I've always loved seeing her smile spread from cheek to cheek over every new tale she recounted about my father and grandmother. It's not quite the same as my great-grandfather's diaries, but hearing those stories about my family meant so much to me. It gave me hope that someday I'd meet my own special someone and get a chance to share this place with them too. And yes. Overdramatic, I know. No need to take it too seriously. Nah, it's a nice sentiment. I'm almost jealous. This tower basically ties your family together, even the grandmother you never met in person. My thoughts exactly. Regardless of the circumstances, my mother and father crossed paths, fell in love, and had me. This place is always here as a reminder to put my faith in the bonds that connect us as a family. That's the thing I truly love about it. It also helps that your father is actually worthy of that love, so there's that. But ever since I started helping you with your Spriggan work, it's taken on another meaning. You, me, and the others have all been all over Edith, solving 4SPG after 4SPG, and now looking over the city from here fills me with pride over everything we've accomplished. I think about the many times my family took in the same view, and how I'm striving to protect it with my very own two hands. I'm just so glad I joined Arkwright Solutions. That's why I want to give you credit where it's due. It's not, and not just when it comes to gathering all the Genesees. Thank you, Van, for everything. It's because you helped me grow as a person that I'm able to feel this way, and that's worth the world to me. Come on now, haven't we been over this? Any growth you've made is your own doing. You're the one who leapt into my line of business and took whatever you could from the experience. You were tenacious like nothing else, sticking to your guns until you got what you were after. Honestly, I never could have imagined how far you'd go. When I up and vanished last year, you came after me without a moment's hesitation. And as if that wasn't enough, you rose up against a being capable of rocking this world to its core and gave him a piece of your mind. We were talking to Van, not you. We don't care about you in the slightest. So get out of our sight and return Van to us at once. Yeah. You told the final boss to go fuck himself and return Van. Uh-huh. I don't think it's a stretch to say that, if nothing else, your strength has pulled me through my fair share of scrapes. So much so that I went from nearly giving up on myself to holding on no matter what. Point is, you're dead wrong if you think your gratitude is a one-way street. Van, like I said before, we're taking your request to find the Genesees. Me taking your request to find the Genesees came with some special conditions, so I'm counting on you to hold up your end of the bargain as my assistant. Yes, sir. Happy to be of service as always, Van. I wonder if he realized what I was hinting at. Ben's 25 now, so I know we're a bit far apart. But my parents had the same 8-year gap between them that we do. Of course, I still have a long way to go before I can measure up to him. It's only a matter of time, though, I'm sure of it. Agnes, you coming or what? Be right there.
I want to make the most of everything you and the others have taught me, so I'm going to keep working hard. And while I do that, I hope I can stay by your side. I know I'm still inexperienced, but I'm looking forward to whatever comes next.
And there's Van's connection rank going up to max. Oh yeah, I never saw the thing. Obviously that's a good one. Oh, 5 bonds maxed now. Alright. That one was great too. Yeah, that's crazy to think about, honestly. So, yeah, there we go. I should really check what Yume's charm is while we're here. Yume's charm, accessory plus 40 and crit plus 40. Oh, wow, if I want to make him a crit machine... Does anybody's crit not hold up to snuff? I am tempted to do that, I'll be honest. Oh, wow. Reset, how did your accuracy fall so badly? Whoa, what the actual hell? Katra, you too. What the hell? Yeah. That's honestly probably it. Oh yeah, Reset does not have any hit quartz on her. Look at that. Oof. But that's okay. I mean, yeah, I'll set it up later if I need to. Regardless of any of that, though. What time is it? 1:34. Well, we definitely have enough to finish these, so let's do that. Next up, our second last connection event, Elaine's Urgent Affair. Let's do this. I get that you could be with Agnes as for that, but it's like, wait, what? Apologies for the delay. I'm with the Bracer Guild. Oh, yes. Yes, we've been expecting you. Ah, aren't you that famous A-Rig Bracer? Thank you so much for accepting our request on such short notice. Oh, you brought Van along as well. Fancy seeing you again. For a second, for the record, I'm mostly just along for the ride. You know him? Yeah, I met him while doing a 4SPG a while back. You still keeping in touch with old Bruno? Yes, I consulted him about all this, in fact. Anyway, I feel much better knowing that you're on the case. Let's get down to business, shall we? So, you suspect a stalker will crash your wedding today and attack the bride? Do I have that right? You do, yes. Honestly, we're at a loss for what to do. It all began when Dorothea was kind enough to care for a man and who was passed out along the side of the road. She was already engaged at that point, but that didn't stop the man from obsessing over her from after the fact. Yeah, I agree with you. That's actually why I gave it a triple positive, Raxer. That was an excellent scene for her. She reached out to the police and the guild several times, but they couldn't do much, so he was careful to remain within the confines of the law. Oh, I guess I didn't say, did I? Shoot. Well, there you go. Triple positive. I just kind of let my actions speak on that, because I did update the type out the triple positive and put it up on the board. Then, once the wedding date was set, she received an unusual package. Inside was a clandestine photo of her and the groom. The faces were cut out, and a message was written in blood. Love never dies. The wedding date was listed as well, even though it had only just been decided on. How despicable. Only the vilest of fiends would seek to ruin such an important day in a young couple's life. That's a textbook example of a threat letter. There should be enough of cause for the guild to take action. Problem is, if we're following the Bracer Code, I'm afraid I have no choice but to ask that you delay your wedding. When danger is imminent, we have to put the safety of the citizens above all else. I hope you understand. I was afraid of that. I'm so sorry, Dorothea. No, don't be. It's for the best. We can't risk putting our friends and family in harm's way. I just wish we could have celebrated this with them. Everyone was able to take time out of their busy schedules for this. Alright, I think this request can qualify as a 4SPG now. Oh? Arkwright Solutions will work with the guild on this one. No need to move the wedding date, cause I've got an idea. You do? But how would... No, I'll pay any price you ask, as long as it means we can have our wedding as planned. To pull this one off, I'm gonna need the assistance of our very own Beauty's Blade. Say no more. I'll do whatever I can to help. And this is why I like Van. By the way, another example of Elaine's growth. Van's just like, let's turn this into a 4SPG now. Oh, and you noticed how Elaine was just like, huh, okay, sure. I don't see how this could be qualified as a 4SPG, but I mean, okay, if you got some idea to fix this today so they don't have to postpone the wedding, alright, I'll go with it. It shows that she has trust in Van. Yeah, finally. I still argue that should have happened back in Erasion, back in Daybreak 1, but I let it go. Yeah, that's true. Ew. Because they were way too fucking uptight. It's actually what led to most of the writing problems I had with Daybreak 1, if I'm honest. Few though they were. After that, they enlisted the aid of the cathedral staff and swiftly put Van's plan into place. And so the wedding began on schedule. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today before the goddess Adios to join Roderick and Dorothea in the bonds of holy matrimony. Do you, Roderick, take this woman Dorothea to have and to hold in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, to love and to cherish, for as long as you both shall live? I do. And do you, Dorothea, take this man Roderick in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, to love and cherish as long as you both shall live? I... Stop! Who do you think you are? You have no right to be barging into this sacred union. You must be that low-life bastard they told me about. Why, Dorothea? Why would you marry the likes of him? I'm the one you love. That's why you saved me back then, right? Wait, get a grip, man. That's just some fantasy you dreamed up on your own. I will never give up the woman I love, especially not to someone who would only burden her with a one-sided obsession. What? What the hell did you just say to me? Who do you think you are, you piece of shit? Get lost. You have nothing to do with this. Dorothea, my beloved, it's time to go to the goddess's side, where our love will never die. Huh? I must say, hey, I find your unrequited love rather shallow. You couldn't even tell that your beloved was an imposter. Well, that's the A-rank bracer. Beauty's blade? Why is she here? But why? Where's my Dorothea? Ugh. Yeah, screw you. You don't deserve to know. I agree. I hope this leads to a costume. Hang on. Need to get back now. There we go. Oh, Roderick. Oh, Dorothea, everything's going to be alright now. So, what do y'all think of our mid-wedding halftime show? A little unprecedented, I know, but hey, there's a first for everything. Our special guest, Elena Claire, gave a performance for the ages. All to test is the love of our leading lady and man. Let's give our groom a big round of applause for bravely fending off the girl's would-be captor. Holy cannoli, I had no idea they switched out the bride. Okay, that was a little too realistic for my tastes, but man, what a show. That darn Spriggan really knows how to throw everyone for a loop. I like that. I even like how he spun that. Nice move, man. Nice move, Van. Nice move. I sincerely apologize for causing such a ruckus. We will get the ceremony back underway in just a moment. Let me offer my congratulations to the soon-be happy newlyweds. The wedding went on there without any further disruptions. Elaine, Van, thank you so much for saving our wedding. Well, that was a neat and tidy ending. I'm so glad we were able to help them. Can't believe I was able to pull one over on the crowd with that halftime show bit. That was one hell of a gamble. If Roderick hadn't done that whole spiel from the heart, I doubt anyone would have bought it. Hey, I got a question for you. Why the special interest in this request? Something about this job must have caught your eye. Hey, don't think you would have wanted to leave in the middle of the festival otherwise. I suppose that's true. Well, to answer your question, the subject of marriage, it just so happened to be on my mind lately. Seeing as how my family, or rather my relatives, have been trying to get me to tie the wedding knot, I've received a few proposals already. Ugh. I knew the Quincy Company had been hard at work rebuilding the business, but this is the first I'm hearing of this. As you may well know, our family only has a long lineage, and many of my relatives are the old-fashioned sort. They say it's all to support the Eclair family. I suppose it sounds noble when put like that. In all likelihood, they're simply desperate to find their footing. Things have been rather chaotic following my father's incarceration. Yeah, exactly. They just want they just want their fucking fame and wealth back. That's all they want. In a way, I almost pity them, and to be honest, that's why I've entertained the notion. Well, I don't think you should. I know you're just trying to bear the burden for everyone like usual, but that ain't your responsibility, alright? Your dad's the one who committed a crime, not you. It isn't your job to mop up his mess. You can't fix everything. If you say you can, then that's arrogance talking, plain and simple. But you know, that might just be the most hypocritical thing you've ever said. I'm just speaking from experience, that's all. From one burden-bearing person to another. Don't forget why you chose the path you're on. You didn't choose to use it for your family's sake, and you sure as hell didn't choose it for mine either. You're right. No, in fact, you're exactly right. Oh, and don't worry about those marriage proposals. I turned them all down. Who said I was worried? just, I love the eyes, the way her eyes are at that. It's those teasing eyes again. It's like, yeah, no, you're worried about him, Van. It's like, come on. By the way, you might not want to put this off for too much longer. We're both getting up there in age. Excuse me? I'll have you know I'm only 24. Oh, God. Van, you idiot. You idiot. Just like the namesake of the guy I mispronounced your name as is back at the beginning of Daybreak 1. Hun. Bad Juju's. Bad. She's freaking younger than you, no less. Only by a year, but okay, here I go. I saw that coming. Yep. Oh, Lane caught it. Congrats. I wonder if this is my reward for all the hard work I've put in lately. A certain someone I know could and should learn from my example. Oof. Hit me where it hurts. Hit me where it hurts, why don't you? Fine, I'll try and take a few pointers. That's great.
Back when we were students, I always thought this day might come for us. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just lost in thought. We're both still walking our own paths, so let's focus on that for now. I'll be happy to help you along in whatever little ways I can.
All right. Let's give that is another triple positive. God damn. Like I said, it amaze balls, but I have no real desire to play it again. Oh, I believed you. Believed you, Raxor. There we go. So that is yet another. And that is yet another triple positive. Ugh. This is definitely shaping up to be a good outro, at least. We'll see how it. Yeah, from a gameplay perspective, I actually disagree with that. Because, yeah, that would mess with the gameplay story integration a little bit, and I do admit that is one of the hiccups with the gameplay story integration. But at the same time, it's like, no, I prefer them to have the memories, and that allows them to change things, right? And it even started small. Like, for example, only Van and Elaine recognized the time travel at first, and then it blossomed into more people when more people were affected by the rewinds. I actually kind of like that. That actually stayed consistent. You know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Act 3 would have gotten so many more negatives if that had been the case. Because it would have made every single one of the dead ends infinitely more egregious and awful. So, yeah, no, I heavily disagree with whoever the hell said that shit. Anywho, one last one. And because otherwise it's the four we're leaving behind. Next up, the Student Council President's Office. Van needed to take on a certain request. And that's what led to the bicycle parking incident. We've since changed the way we're directing traffic, so I don't expect this to be an issue going forward. Well, I'm glad to hear this matter came to a swift resolution, which was no doubt owed to your prompt response, I'm sure. Thank you for your report. Keep up the good work as always. Of course. Oh, and one last thing. I know you're in charge of the festival and all, but I hope you'll give yourself a break soon. It's long overdue. Hello, Renbright speaking. Oh my, a direct inquiry from the Institute. Is that it in regards to the dissertation I published recently? So they would like to give me a lecture on the design theories behind network traffic. Ethic for long-distance communication? I understand. I'll check my schedule and get back with you as soon as I can. Have a lovely day. Phew, no rest for the weary student council president, I suppose. No, I shouldn't complain. I'm not the only one who's busy after all. Well then, I think I'll take advantage of this brief respite to chip away at my paperwork. I really wish we had seen that picture, because that would have been a nice little cameo by Tita. Tita and I more. I still would have liked it, because again, you can do cameos, right? Right. In fact, picture cameos are the best way to do that. Hell, picture cameos can even advance the story. Just ask Xenoblade 3 about that sometime. Well then, I think I'll take advantage of this brief respite to chip away at my paperwork. I'll start with the club applications and the paperwork submitted for the new school year. Oh, come in. I wonder if it's Odette this time. Hey there, sorry to interrupt. You looked as busy as ever, Miss President. Ah, good afternoon, Van. This is an unexpected surprise, but not an unwelcome one. To what do I owe this visit? Has something happened? If there's a problem, I'll make sure it's taken care of right away. Actually, I just came by to ask one simple question. Want to come on a little date with me? My, Van Ark cried. I never took you for a casual flirt. I wonder how Agnes and Elaine would react if I spilled the tea on this little move you're making. Huh? Why are you bringing them up? Anyway, it looks like you've wrapped up all the work you need to do for now. You can spare some time, I'm sure. But if you want to play the stubborn card, I'll just have to drag you out of this office by force. Okay. Well, you aren't leaving me much choice in the matter. Header, not that I'm objecting, of course. Absconding with you might make for a pleasant change of pace. Would you care to escort me? Of course. So, they have new sightseeing guides for Laboral and Crossbell, do they? There's even one for the Empire. Can't imagine I'll be heading out that way anytime soon, but I'd like to someday. But there's loads of great desserts you can only find over in the west half of the continent. Well, if you do decide to go out that way, I wouldn't mind showing you around. I can take you on a tour of all the major cities, and I can help you find the places that are off the map. I know all the best restaurants. Careful, I might take you up on that offer. I never really had you pegged as the type who would like fishing. Oh yeah, I think you once told me that your older sister was pretty into it. She's a bracer, yeah? That's right. She taught me how to fish before I moved to Calvard. I only do it on occasion, but it's a nice way to pass the time. She and her partner are traveling all over Zemuria in their effort to achieve A-rank status. Which they should have by now, but let's leave that at the wayside for now. She sends me pictures of fish she catches sometimes, although I do wish she'd spare me the details of their little lover spats. Sounds like the two of you are pretty tight. You know what? Fair. That is fair, Raxor. I just think they should have achieved it in some of the games where they've been playable as of now. Like, somebody should have literally, either in Cold Steel 4 or Reverie, given them the frickin' A rank already. Is kind of what I was meaning. In fact, Reverie would have been the perfect time to do it. I disagree with that entirely, but whatever. Holy shit, it's that limited edition cake everyone's been hyped up about. Every time I poke my head in here, it's always sold out. It was even featured in a magazine special on Heavenly Confections. It certainly looks delicious. It would probably go well with a refreshing cup of tea. Want to give it a try? I know you're only asking because you want to try it for yourself, but very well, you can have some. Hell yeah! Yeah. While we were talking about trails into Reverie of Otaku. Well, that's why I mentioned Cold Steel 4. I mean, because they did play a pretty pivotal role in dealing with the Great Twilight. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion, honestly. Because, yeah, without the infiltration of the salt pails, no. Class 7 would not have gotten into the Imperial Fortress and dealt with the Ironbloods. Never mind the help they had in absolving the absolving the frickin' Crisis and Trails from Zero, which, if that didn't get them up to B rank, that makes me roll my eyes. Like, the Crossbow arc should have gotten them up to B, in my opinion, and then the final battle arc should have gotten them up to A. Because I'm sorry, if Shara, who basically sat on her ass during the final battle arc and Reverie, if he gets to be an A-rank bracer, well then, what the fuck, you know? True. That is true. Although, why you wouldn't want the Children of Cassius Bright, one of the most, the first S rank ever to advance the ranks and be beacons of inspiration for other bracers, I have no idea, but that's just me. I mean, even Jin's been considered for S rank, for God's sake, for Adios' sake. Phew, we sure packed a lot into one date, huh? Indeed, you have my gratitude, Van. This was exactly the sort of break I needed. Although I can't help but feel this supposed date is missing something. A touch of romance, perhaps? Hey, cut me some slack. I'm already in enough trouble as is for running off with a high school girl. What a pity. Alright, I think it's about time you came clean. About the reason you took me on this date, I mean. It was almost as though you could tell I was in low spirits. I know you did all this from a place of genuine concern, but the timing was just a little too perfect, even for you. Tell me, did Estelle, Joshua, and Tita send you a 4SPG through the guild? My guess is they were unable to fulfill their promise of coming to today's festival, so this must be their way of making up for that. Well, guess the cat's out of the bag. Okay, that's funny. That's funny that they actually did that. I already told them they didn't need to come. I didn't want them to feel guilty. They've had their hands full with their work at the guild and the ZCF, so I fully understood why they couldn't make it the time. I know they were looking forward to it and that is out of their hands. I tried to reassure them I was fine, but no, I suppose they could tell that deep down I miss them. They really are such kind, lovely people. That's why I miss them so. Yeah, that much is clear as day. I mean, they're the ones who found you when you were still wandering around on your own as Kitty. You've all got a special bond. Indeed we do. That's my pride and joy. I mean, let's face it. They were the ones that finished pulling her out of the darkness. Which is funny because that basically means Joshua finished what he started. It's just he did so with Estelle by his side instead of Louve. Hey, which is a nice little throughput. It started with Ren's journey started with Joshua and Luve getting her out of paradise. Then Joshua and Estelle kind of got her out of Ouroboros, and then Ren managed to bury paradise for good. Finish burying paradise, I should make more clear. Thank you, Van. This really was a nice surprise. Maybe one day I can return the favor to them. Heh, it's ironic that the former kitty could only barely scratch the surface. You didn't think the surprise was over already, did you? Hmm? A new hollow system? What is... Good morning, Ren. And you have grown, partner. Huh? Are you... Is it really you? Cross. No, don't say that. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Ren. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's not. Hang on. He sustained critical damage to his... Oh, no way. No way. He sustained critical damage to his logic unit. There's no backup system for Gordius class archaisms. It'll be alright. We'll fix you. We'll... Goodbye. Yeah. Yeah. That hurt. That hurt. That got to me. Pottermotter's death got to me. First recorded reactivation since 1204. It's good to see you again, Ren. Oh, you... Oh. 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 Damn. Pottermother. Did he surprise you? Sorry we couldn't make it to the festival, Ren. I know it doesn't really make up for it, but we've had this gift in the works for a super long time. Now that you're coming up on graduation, and since you're soon to be turning 18, we wanted to do something special to commemorate the occasion. It took a lot of people to make it happen, and we now owe favors to people the world over. But it was all worth it, because we were able to bring back someone who meant the world to you. Who? How's that for a surprise? We hope you like it. Still, Joshua, and even Tita. Oh. I was saying that all in the more in the Estelle tone. Whoops! Oh well. But yeah, it makes sense that it would be all three of them. No, I'm sure you weren't the only ones who did this. That's right, your family and friends weren't my only clients. The Golden Butterfly and the Dire Wolf were also in on this. Oh, and an unnamed fortune teller and a phantom thief pitched in too. Luciola and Blue Blanc. And that makes perfect sense, by the way. Yeah, that's why I said that's why I said Blue Blanc, because I was like, Blue Blanc would make more sense, because Blue Blanc was an enforcer, not Judith. Which is funny, because we actually haven't. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we've had a single Blue Blanc request since Cold Steel 4, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I don't think there was one in Reverie, and I don't think there was one in, and I know there wasn't one in Daybreak 1. Hot damn! That's kind of funny. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense that he's in hiding right now. Yeah, there was a Blue Blanc styled quest, but it wasn't actually him, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. The request was signed by a whole lot of them. Even Georg, whoever he is, wherever he is, put his name down. It's the same Gordius class archaism that was destroyed during Crossbell's first bid for independence 5 years ago. They've been working on restoring it in secret, and they asked me to deliver it to you. Now I can support you once more. It is good to be home, Ren. Welcome home. Welcome home, Patter Matter. Looks like my work here is done. Ah. Ah. Oh. Alright. I'm just gonna give the 6 positives for this bonding event and just get it over with. bonding event itself, Potter Modder's return. Do I even need to explain myself on this one? This is ridiculously amazing. The tie-in to the previous games. The fact that this is a brilliant bit of closure and renewal, a little ironically enough, for Ren, and the best part. Heard about all this? The cameos, the cameoing from Estelle, Joshua, and Tita. Oh, it's just perfect. It's just perfect in every way, shape, or form. The only thing that would have made this even better is if there had been a callback costume, kind of like Tita's old red worker outfit from Reverie. If there had been something like that for Ren in this game, that would have been just perfect. Perfect. And then Raxor would be like, "Put her in the classic outfit for this." I'm like, okay. Hey, and I still wouldn't have. Well, I was meaning more the dress from the Sky trilogy, not so much the old uniform from design. Putting that in nice big bold letters to make it clear. Yeah, but I mean, still like a similar design, like a sized up version. That's what they did with Tita's old outfit, right? Like keep the design, but have it more fit her. Obviously, the old suit wouldn't have fit because she's grown too much. But still, you know, an updated version of it? Yeah. Still, Joshua, Tita, everyone, I hope you realize just how unfair this is. You kept all this from me, and even roped Georg and Luciola into it. Your best friends are the ones who got the ball rolling. Your best friend's the one who got the ball rolling. She took an interest in holocores while researching the Sypha standard. Yeah, that's extremely rare. We literally haven't heard a peep about her since in Sky 3. That was the last time we heard anything about Luciola. Then when the idea popped into her head, she and your family set to work on it. They had to get in contact with Ouroboros and Georg so that they could restore Potter Matter as a holocore. And turns out, news travels fast in the society. Once the word hit, it spread like wildfire. They all gathered the data from when Powder Matter was destroyed, along with any scrap of archive info from the 13 factories. Using that as a base, they were able to assemble the logic unit that was as close to the original as you could get. Then they recreated it. This is still essentially Potter Matter 2, but it is Potter Matter in all the ways that are important. Having said that, it is still just a prototype. They'll be making some improvements in the future. They got past all kinds of organizational and international barriers to make this happen. It's a miracle in the truest sense of the word. This is all thanks to the connections you've made along the way. They all came together and made it a reality. You're right. And don't forget that you played a part in all this too, Van. You speak as though you had next to no involvement, but that simply isn't true. After all, you're the one who lives in that space between the light and dark, allowing you to be connected to and trusted by those on both sides. I mean, I guess. Anyway, hopefully this helps you realize just how many people you have in your corner. Yes, I feel like this experience has finally driven that point home for me. You've really outdone yourself this time, Van. Nah, all I did was handle one little request. But I will say, just because you can do anything, doesn't mean you should try and do everything. If you need help, I'm just a phone call away, and you can always shoot me a 4SPG whenever you'd like. I'll do whatever I can for you. Oh, you really are impossible. You just won't play fair, will you? I feel like I'll never be able to repay all you've done for me. No, one day I'll find a way.
Thank you for bringing Potter Mater back to me. I do hope you realize I will not stand to let this debt go unpaid. Prepare yourself, because one day I will show you just how grateful I really am.
And we get Potter Mater as a holocore too? We get Potter Mater as... Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Well, we know who that's going on immediately. Like, just immediately. All right, let's see this. Let's see what you got, Potter Mater. So, EP and arts cost. EP 150% EP cost and arts power plus 100. Regen plus 21% EP after acting, and EP usage cut down by 60%. That's Fro. Potter Mater replaces that with physical damage up plus 24%, magical damage up plus 4%. Her defenses go up by 36%, and her crit rate goes up by 40%. Hell yeah. Good idea.
Potter Mater, ready to assist. Understood. Providing support.
All right, I'm keeping that one on for now. That one's staying on for now. Oh, that was awesome. Holy shit, that was amazing. Okay. Oh, man. Whew. All right.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, we may not have made much main story progress, but that was awesome. Yeah. Oh, we have fuck tons of people to talk to. We have fuck tons of people to talk to. But you know what? I would say let's see if we can't find Ren around here somewhere. I mean, granted, probably won't have to work. She probably won't have anything to say, hey, new or different. But well, you know what? No, we'll save all of that for tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Sorry, for Wednesday when we will be finishing off. We will probably be finishing off the game. We're probably like I would say 1 or 2 sessions away from finishing the game. Because yeah. I'm about to go be a co-commentator on another stream in like 20 minutes, so I really don't have time, unfortunately. But yeah. And besides, I want to end on that note. Because god damn it, that's exactly and the reason is the same as when I ended that session with the Toa quest, ending on Toa's phone call there. Yeah. I mean, I'm open to doing these last. Yes, because I was, I'm open to my viewers being like, hey, you should do this one. And I'm like, yeah, all right, I can do that. I mean, why would I say no to that? I didn't know why you wanted me to, to do it last, but yeah. Actually, one more thing before we end. And there's one more positive I need to put up on the board. Just because, yeah, it's gameplay story integration. Look, if I can give a positive to gameplay story integration for a text box with like the green description text of the whole Grimcat thing, the whole Grimcat thing, you better fucking bet your ass we're giving a positive to getting Powder Modder as a holocore. So yes, positive to gameplay story integration, Potter Modder as a core. Hell yeah! And considering it actually has a similar boost to what I would expect, considering that's what made made Ren such a potent boss in Sky 2, all the way back there. Hell yeah! Woo! Well, you say that, Raxor, but by the time we meet up again, he won't be. But as I said, I'm chopping off for the day here, so I am going to go get ready to co-commentate some Path of Radiance over on Steve's YouTube channel, youtube.com/StephenV should be where that is. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We will finally progress towards the final bit of this thing. Will we finally reach the final dungeon on Wednesday? I fucking hope so. But regardless, until next time, this is Blue Wolf Alex of the Lore Walker signing out. Have a good one. Till next time. Choo-coo.